Good morning from the DP World Wanderers Stadium, day 2 of the CSA 4-day series match between the DP World Lions and the Moothee Tuskers. Day 1, well, it went all the way of the DP World Lions. Lions captain Dominic Hendricks described it as a dream day yesterday after play, and that's because they lost the toss. Tuskers batted first, and the Lions a spectacular bowling performance led by Moulder. Incredible figures of 7 for 6 to bundle the Tuskers out for just 63. And then Dominic Hendricks himself scored 115, Zubair Hamza 98, as the Lions powered on 259 for 3, which is where they resume this morning. I'm Ken Borland, and it's a great pleasure to welcome alongside me, Bali Hlope.
Good morning, Ken, and good morning to everyone at home. Welcome to the DP World Wanderers. A beautiful day it was indeed, especially the decision that was taken, not a good one by the Moothee Tuskers, being bundled out for just 63 runs, and the DP World Lions scoring 260 for the loss of 3 wickets. Lions take a lead of 197 runs on the second day, with the first ball being bowled.
Second ball now from the left-arm spinner Sean Whitehead. So 2 singles to start the day for Wandile Makwetu and Vian Moulder. Makwetu batted really brightly late yesterday. He's on 33 not out, and you see those runs have come off just 44 deliveries.
I guess just gives you a bit of energy and confidence if your team is bowling very well and is batting very well. It becomes much easier just to settle into the rhythm of batting.
Yes, there was certainly no pressure really on Wandile Makwetu when he came to the crease. The score was 200 for 2. But it's always a little bit tricky when you've been sitting in the change room with the pads on for, well, it was 200 minutes, that partnership of 179.
Indeed, but one thing for sure, you cannot lose focus. You need to always keep your head in the game. Because 1 minute you've taken your pads off, the next thing you need to quickly put your pads back on and rush to the middle of the park.
So tidy, first over by Sean Whitehead, 261 for 3. And, of course, this is the final round of round-robin fixtures in this year's 4-day series. And 6 teams are really in contention for a place in the final. And after the first day action yesterday around the country, well, the Lions having such a great day, getting a full house of 4 bowling bonus points, and they're really racking up the batting points as well. They've actually moved above the Northwest Dragons now into second place on the log. So as things stand at the moment, if the round had to end now, the Lions would be in the final. They have 103.56 points, edged ahead of the Dragons on 102.74, as we now see Darren de Pavillon, fast man, into the attack. Worked hard yesterday, got some reward late in the day. And just to end off the log situation, the Warriors are still top of the log in first position on 108.82. So we'll keep you informed about what's going on in those other matches around the country. There is live commentary as well on the YouTube channel for the matches in Paarl between Boland and the Dragons, and at Kingsmead between the Dolphins and the Warriors. Edged. No, they appealed to LBW. Way too high, I think, for any successful appeal there.
Very close indeed. Beautiful delivery by the Pavilion. Just running in, still has the energy this morning. They need to get rid or strike early in order for them to get a chance. I'm not sure what happened there. For a moment, the way it deviated from where we're sitting, it looked like an edge. It looked like the umpire was ready to say, on your way back to the pavilion.
Well, it struck him way too high. That was sailing over the stumps. There's usually good bounce here at the Wanderers, so height is often an issue. To get an LBW, you've got to pitch it quite a long way up. Oh, powerfully driven through the man at short cover by Vian Moulder, and that makes its way to the boundary, the first 4 of the day.
Beautiful cover drive there. Should have been stopped. There's no excuse for letting such go through your fingers, especially at this level of the game. Should have really, really been stopped there. But a beautiful boundary there for Makwetu. Just to fix that, Vian Moulder, a man on form, just dominating and showing his prowess as an international player.
Yes, in Bali, it's great to see the Proteas, first of all, involved in this competition, and then to see them dominate, to see them actually show the domestic players, well, this is the bar, this is the level, this is what's required if you are going to play at international level.
Indeed, you need so much match practice, and you can only get it at this level if you're not playing internationally, especially with the T20 World Cup happening. Vian Moulder said, no, I'll play the longer format of the game just to get myself in shape and, everything going.
Too wide from Dupavillon, and Moulder able to free the arms and lash it away through mid-off for 4 more.
Vian Moulder definitely dominating, striking it easily. And if it goes past the fielder, it's definitely for here at the beautiful DP World Wanderers in the lush green carpet that we have as a field. From the moment it left the bat, you could tell it's going to the boundary. Another great shot from Vian Moulder.
We had an excellent contest yesterday between bat and ball. I know it seems weird to say when a team gets bowled out before lunch for 63, but that was down to some really brilliant bowling. Some poor shots played, some soft dismissals certainly, but then we saw in the afternoon as well, as you said in Bali, you get real value for your shots here at the Wanderers. Again, and this time mid-off does manage to cut it off just. Very nice shot there. That's Ziad Abrahams, I think, at mid-off.
Yep. End of the second over bowl this morning is 270 for 3 with the lead of 207 by the Lions. They are carrying on from where they left off. It's quite interesting it would have been interesting to hear what was the conversation. How many runs do we aim for this session? But it's still a long 3 days left. 2 days left. 3 days left. So there's lots of cricket left here. And you can take your time.
Sean Whitehead in again. Inside out drive. Very nicely played for 4 again. Well, Vian Moulder is certainly turning it on early doors here on the second morning.
Definitely turning it on, but also very good cricket shots. His playing is just not being reckless. If the ball is there to be hit, definitely go for it. Hitting it on the shorter side of the field.
I think you're absolutely right, by the way, in Bali, about the Lions' approach this morning. I think their priority will be to just bat once in this game. And so they're just going to pile on runs today if they can, try and get so far ahead. Good stop by Whitehead off his own bowling. That lead already 211. And Maybe they might have a little dart with the ball late this afternoon.
It's a conversation that we're having prior to us going on air. A good 400 runs, maybe look to bet through the first session and get to tea. Hopefully there's a good 400, 500 runs lead on the board, and you just put pressure on the Tuskers, having seen them crumble yesterday like they did.
And I fancy today might be the best day for batting. The pitch would have sped up a little bit. Not as much moisture in the early morning as there was yesterday. The ball did a bit yesterday morning, certainly. And then from tomorrow and certainly on the last day, given how hot the weather's been in Gauteng over the last couple of weeks and today again, I'm sure we're going to see a bit of deterioration in the pitch.
Well, there's always something in the pitch for everyone, whether it's a bowler or it's a batsman. It's just up to you how you utilize the pitch on the day. And but we all know here in the Highveld, if you apply yourself, whether you're bowling or you apply yourself, whether you're batting, you can make the most of it. It gives an opportunity for each and every person. Whether you're bowling, whether you're batting, you just need to get it right there.
Yep. It's a wonderful venue, the DP World Wanderers Stadium, and I think this pitch has been a particularly good one so far. Here's Dupavilon again. Little bit uppish. Safe enough. They'll get a quick single.
Makwetu just playing it on the up. Luckily, it falls in no man's land and is able to scamper through to the other side. That is the golf course end just for that single. Just using the opportunities been given.
Bit of confusion in terms of the scoreboard, both at the ground and on our screens. It is now Vian Moulder on strike. Certainly a positive start by these two. They've come out and had some lovely drives, in particular Makwetu and Moulder.
Obviously, there's no pressure, so it becomes much easier for you to apply yourself, unlike having to walk in at 3 for the loss of 5 wickets.
That's a good area to bowl.
Definitely a beautiful delivery. First one to keep the batsman guessing there, not knowing whether to go forward or rock to the back. At the end, he decides to leave it. Coming in at a very good pace also, and well taken by the keeper.
Tandazuma, the Tuskers wicketkeeper, I thought he had a good day yesterday. Kept very nicely, I thought. Had quite a lot of work to do, throwing himself around.
Beautiful delivery, just cramping Vian Moulder there, not sure whether to rock, go forward or go back, but at the end is able to defend it, and he goes down to do a bit of gardening there. I guess it's also about thinking about the previous delivery that was bowled. Does gardening always work?
I think sometimes it's, often it's just a habit. Just, slay any perceived demons in the pitch. The weather in Johannesburg today is much the same as yesterday. Very warm, a few fluffy clouds around. And the pitch also looks pretty much the same as it did yesterday, not much change to that.
So far, the balls that have been bowled have carried to the keeper beautifully. He's taken them at waist level.
It's well played by Moulder. That was quite tight to the body and he's managed to get 2 runs with that little back foot punch.
Yeah, Moulder just showing us his dominance. End of the 72nd over, it's 277 for 3. Moulder on the crease with Moulder. This partnership is slowly but surely growing. It has moved to 32 runs. And there's still lots of cricket left in the day. We've got about 94 overs. And the current run rate is 3.8. So imagine if they keep going at 3.8 for another good 50 overs, they'll be double the runs that they currently have. And it would mean that lots of toiling in the sun, in the hot Joburg sun this week.
But a turn there for Whitehead. We mentioned it yesterday that the Tuskers also had to toil last week. They were in the field for nearly 140 overs, all told, as the Titans racked up a big score. It was very hot in Pietermaritzburg last week, got to 40 degrees. But the next little thing to look out for the Tuskers is the second new ball, which is available in 7 overs and 4 deliveries. So I don't think we'll see Dupavilon bowl for too much longer in this spell. Keep him for that second new ball.
Obviously, they just wanted him to just get a loosener, get himself loose ahead of the new ball, with Whitehead operating from this end.
Tell you, I would like to see bowl maybe is Andile Mokakane, who was the 6th bowler used yesterday, but certainly one of the most effective. He bowled with a lot of energy. Down the pitch, hit straight, lovely shot by Wandile Makwetu, and that's another boundary for the wicketkeeper batsman, although he didn't keep in the first innings. Connor Esterhuizen did. 38 now for Makwetu.
Makwetu going about it very well, enjoying himself in the middle out there today, or since yesterday. Honestly, the platform has been set for him. All he just needs to do is get his mind and head right.
Just going back to Andile Mokakane, he managed to get a delivery in the 54th over to jag back at Zubair Hamza at 98 and bowl him. It was the first bit of real excitement for the bowling side for a long time for the Tuskers. And the general consensus was that he should have been brought into the attack earlier, given how well he bowled. Anyway, end of the over, 281 for 3. Good to see Wandile Makwetu doing well. He's hasn't been a regular in this Lions side due to injury problems, and also, as sometimes happens to batters, he went through a bit of a patch where he would get in. He got lots of starts, but just couldn't quite convert them. So today is a great opportunity for him to get a big score under his belt.
Definitely an opportunity, especially playing here in your home ground. It's important for him to actually get that score. He needs to convert. He's gotten to 30 now. He just needs to convert into a 50. A wild swing there. Very, very wild. New bowler Ziad Abrahams, who bowled 15 overs yesterday. 4 maidens for 8 runs and picking up that 1 wicket.
Well, as expected, Dupavillon has been taken off to save him for the second new ball. Abrahams took the first new ball with him, so maybe he'll just bowl 1 or 2 overs as well and then rest. He's pulled up on that delivery. So Wandile Mokwetu in his Lions 4-day career, this is his 30th match, and he's well judged single. Mokwetu's average in those 30 matches is just 21.63. He's got 100 and he's got 350s. He's definitely a better player than at average, and it just speaks to him getting a lot of 20s and 30s and not getting those big scores which really grow your average.
It's very important when you get a start to actually convert your 20s and 30s into 50s. If you know you get to a 50, you need to convert to 100. Those are very important.
Beautiful drive again by Wandile Mokwetu. Not a huge amount of footwork, but there was a bit of width for him to work with there, and sweetly struck.
That was a beautiful cover drive there, just showing his class and excellence when he applies himself. Wandile making use of the opportunity that has been given to him.
Eight fours now, Mokwetu in his 42 of just 54 balls. You see this. So it's been a very bright, positive innings by Mokwetu. Again, too wide by Abrahams. And again, it's going to run away to the boundary. Bit of a thick edge by Mokwetu, but Abrahams needs to be tighter in his lines.
Yeah, so far it's an expensive over. In the 4th deliveries bowled, he's already gone for 9 runs. Wandile Mokwetu still continuing, taking advantage of the wayward bowling. He needs the runs, and he'll take them any way they come.
There's the short ball, 2 men back. Either side of square leg goes to the one in front of square, just for a single, very comfortably played by Mokwetu.
Mokwetu there, just showing his confidence this morning. Obviously, with the runs on the board for him, those are the type of shots you do tend to play when everything is going your way. You know which ball to rock back to. You know which ball to go forward to.
And it does help when there are 2 men stationed on the boundary either side of square leg. You kind of know it's coming at some stage. End of the over, 291 for 3, and the lead has grown to 228.
Lead growing rapidly, very fast. When we started this morning, about 20 minutes ago, the lead was just 197. And 20 minutes later, they've messed up another 30 runs. So obviously, conversation was try and get as many runs as you can, as quickly as you can. And let's just keep putting pressure on the bowling team. Whitehead continues from the Colette Drive end. So far, he's bowled very well. Has gone for a couple of boundaries, but has been able to hold down this end.
32 runs in the 5 overs, or the 6 overs rather, this morning. So going it better than 5 and over this morning, the Lions. Just not too sure what the delay is for at the moment. I think there might have been some music playing.
I thought I heard music too.
Here's a bit of grip and turn, slow turn though. Yeah, it's all very well at the SA20, when you're used to everything being noisy and that, but in this very quiet 4-day game, it is quite intrusive to have a bit of doof going.
You can literally hear some of the fielders on the ground when you are.
Tickled round the corner by Makwetu. This could be his 50. Yeah, Moulder running hard, so he gets 3. And well batted Wandile Makwetu, his 6th first-class 50, and his 4th in 4-day cricket for the DP World Lions.
That's a good moment for him, just raising his bat to say, I've gotten to 50. And the hug between the two, a bit of bromance. And obviously, Vian said, let's carry on, brother.
Well, it's been a great 50 by Wandile Makwetu, just 58 balls, 9 fours. And his stroke play has really been high quality, really entertaining stuff from him.
Beautiful delivery right on the block hole, and well defended also by Vian Moulder. It's also important when you're on the high to just keep a cool head as a batsman, as a team.
Lovely, beautiful use of the feet, and then a really sweet strike straight over the bowler's head. And that is the first 6 of the game.
Beautiful shot indeed. Vian Moulder just going down the track and hitting it straight. We get to 300 for the loss of 3. The current partnership is on 55. 47 minutes and 69 balls with 8 fours and 1 6. Wandile Makwetu contributing 28 runs and Moulder contributing the 27 runs. And the 300 being reached in 320 minutes, 449 balls. There have been 48 fours and 1 6. Like you spoke about it earlier and said, here's the first 6 of the game.
I get a feeling we might see a few more today, Bali.
Well, that's what we're here for. Lots of entertainment on the CSA YouTube channel.
Nicely flighted by Whitehead, but an even better shot. Oh, it's a great effort on the field, on the boundary.
It's a beautiful effort.
Andile Mokakane, very athletic. I think if we had a TV umpire, they might refer this, but they'll give the benefit of the doubt, deservedly, to the fielder.
End of the over. It is the 75th over. It's 302 for 3. Just looking at how the ball just moves on the field, especially here in the Highfield. You just need to be always on your toes. And this partnership just continues to build up. The run rate now moving up, reaching the 4.0 mark. With lots of overs still left. Partnership moving to 57 between the two. And the nice part about the Tuskers bowling, so far in this partnership, they haven't contributed any extras. So well done to the batsmen. All of their runs coming from their bats.
Knocked on by Urquhart at short cover, so they get the single. Both teams have quite liked having the sort of catch and cover at times during this match. Yesterday you could understand because first day of the game there was a bit more moisture in the pitch and sometimes the ball would just stick in the pitch a bit. And I guess it being quite dry as well today. Maybe that's the hope for the Tuskers. Moulder just shellacked that one, but straight to the fielder.
Was airborne for a bit there, and had the fielders opening their eyes very wide to say, "Oh, hang on, actually, that was almost a chance." So surely it gives them a bit of hope, looking at the fielding positions that they have currently that we just spoke about. That you've got two fielders at close catching positions, hoping for one that actually pops up or is mistimed, or the batsman is not able to hit correctly and it just flies up. You've got those two men that will be in business.
Hot day out there. I think Moulder just had some sweat in the eye as Abrahams was running up there, causing the delay. Again, too much width from Abrahams. Gets away with it though. There's a cover sweeper out on the boundary as well.
Just thinking about him, how far he is away from the play, you can actually forget about him. Feels like he's on his own field, actually.
It is a very big boundary on the offside for the right-hander batting at this caller drive end. Oh, Moulder hit that very, very hard. And that's a good save by Matthew Urquhart.
Certainly stopped a boundary there. 4 valuable runs were saved for the team. But that was hit with some venom. I guess you take one for the team.
Oh, waltzes down the pitch and lashes Abrahams back over his head. And another 6 for Moulder. I think he's decided to have some fun this morning.
Moulder definitely showing a bit of dominance that I am an international and you better recognize, boys, just running down the track and hitting it straight over his head for a maximum. I guess the fielders now need to just go over and look for the ball. Luckily, it isn't far away, but that feels very painful as a bowler when a batsman just walks down the pitch and just hits you straight over your head, especially if you're a quick bowler.
Yeah, I think Abrahams will be hoping to get his hands on the new shiny hard ball sooner rather than later. Might make it a little bit more difficult for Moulder to do that, but what a shot that was. And now the nicely controlled hook shot straight to the deep square leg for 1. End of the over. 76 overs gone. 310 for 3. The Lions lead by 247. And we are going to welcome Kamva Nyakani into commentary. I think we're going to see the Tuskers. They weren't in much rush to fetch that ball that went for 6 back over the bowler's head. And I don't think they'll do much with much urgency today, just trying to take time out of the game now. It's understandable with the lead being 247 already.
Very dominant morning again by the Lions. Seems like they love to be dominating the morning. Good morning, Ken. Brilliant strike on the back foot by Wandile Magwetu. Picks a gap at the mid-wicket. And they're pushing for 3. And really good running there between this pair. Already adding a massive 53 runs this morning. Looking seriously good and very dominant. The partnership as well, moving up to about 68 now.
Good morning, Cumber. Thank you for my sandwiches, making up for the Potchefstroom pilfering.
I don't even know if I should say it's a pleasure, Ken. Just being a nice guy.
Well, you can't help it, can you?
Have to make up for my mishaps and Potch. Otherwise, I never hear the end of it with you, eh? Steps across, does one Lemakwetu and punches it through for a single down to the cover boundary. Not an easy morning here for the Tuskers. Lions again being the aggressors early morning. Showing a lot of intent early morning, and spoke about them wanting to add runs on board this morning and to extend that lead even further, which is on 252 at the moment. Not looking any easier for the Tuskers. I'm sure at this point they'll be waiting for that new ball, desperately wanting it in their hands, because nothing is happening with this older one. So De Pavillon warming up earlier, getting a few overs in the belt. Maybe he will be ready to go with that red cherry.
Well, I'm sure he'll be the one bowler. I think Siad Abrahams might be the other because he's now been taken out of the attack. And Ronaldo Meyer is back. 10 overs, none for 34 so far in this innings with 3 maidens.
Oh, brilliant stroke by Vian Moulder. Times that so well straight down the ground. What a convincing stroke. He looks so positive this morning as Vian Moulder seems to be a morning person. Dominated yesterday morning and now this morning again. Taking full control.
Well, this is just dismissive, really. Ronaldo Meyer loosening her first ball, floating it up there, and Moulder smashing it back down the ground. 7 wickets yesterday morning for just 6 runs. Closing in on a half century this morning.
And classily punches that one in the gap through the covers. It's added already 41 runs this morning as Vian Moulder. And in quick fashion as well. Seems to be doing things in quick fashions. Quick pick up 7 wickets in just 6.5 overs yesterday. And this morning doing the same with bat in hand. Really batting well and looking very comfortable at the moment to get to that 50. Where to from here for the Tuskers? The only thing maybe they can be looking forward to today is that red ball, a new one. Otherwise, nothing seems to be happening for them. They'll probably just be waiting for the declaration at this point.
Pretty much all their eggs are in that basket of the second new ball, I agree with you. And if that doesn't work out, and the second new ball, of course, the harder ball, it can also travel for quicker runs.
Doesn't really guarantee them much. Might guarantee them more runs on board for the Lions more than anything else. Especially with these two in already. We probably would have faced about 10 overs. So their eye would have been in when the new cherry comes. I'd love to see them when they get the new ball, stack up that slip cordon, give themselves a chance to pick up wickets and not to be flustered by the runs on board. And to remain positive more than anything else. I know it's very difficult to stay positive in this type of situation.
think the Tuskers do deserve some credit for. They have stayed positive, I think, for most of this onslaught. They've had one or two slips. Even to the spinner, they had a slip. They've tried some catches close in front of the wicket. So it hasn't been easy for them at all, but they've kind of tried to keep taking wickets. So that's been good to see, and I'm sure they will have a couple of grabbers behind the bat once the new ball is in hand.
Quick single taken, very good running. Again, but in this pair, looks like that might be drinks, our first drinks of the morning. Really good start from the morning so far. Partnership that's building nice, that's moved over to 78. Really getting over more than 50 runs this morning have the Lions. No wickets yet for the Tuskers this morning. And Wandile Makwetu getting to his 50 as well. Early morning. Might not be drinks, might be just be a change of gloves.
64 runs in the 10 overs we've had this morning, so the Lions are cracking along. And Wandile Makwetu has added 22 of those to go to his 50. Vian Moulder 42 runs this morning alone, so he's on 46 not out.
Lions opted for the heavy roller this morning on the pitch. Interesting to see how that new ball responds. So the Lions will be keeping a close eye on that as well, because they'll be probably preparing to come in maybe later this afternoon or early tomorrow morning, depends how long they bat. And they want to see how this pitch continues to play. Hit hard through the covers and brilliant effort on the boundary by the sweeper. Was hit hard by Wandile Makwetu, or rather Vian Moulder.
Ziad Abrahams doing good work there on the cover boundary. He's fielded well in this match so far as the fast bowler.
Oh, brilliant. Gets the outside edge. Seems to have dropped short of the first slip. Could that be the first early opportunity? Might have gone down or just dropped short.
I think it dropped short, and the slip has now come a little bit closer as we see a horse bolting over towards the East Rand over the golf course.
I think that might have carried again. Just about carried. I don't know. I have to see that again. Drop short. Outside edge again. This time it carries and pops out of his hands. First opportunity for the Tuskers goes down. Tough.
Well, the giveaway for me with the first chance was that slip immediately took a pace or two up, came and stood closer, and then, as always happens, he's too close that time. It came too quickly to him, and he couldn't hang on to it. We'll just try and get a number of the fielder there.
Ben Compton, might be.
Yeah, Ben Compton, I think. Yeah, he'll be muttering something about cricket. Drop short, you come up, next one comes flying at you.
Salt in the wounds.
Yeah.
And he does that. Wandile Makwetu, after being dropped, smashes that one away. Wow, what a stroke. Powerful hit. Saw that one early, rocked on the back foot, and put it away quite nicely.
Beautifully. What a handsome stroke that was from Wandile Makwetu. You know, he's batting with the man who's made the highest ever test score for South Africa at the other end, and he's not looking outclassed, is Wandile Makwetu. So far, he's played some fantastic strokes.
Oh, this time around, rocks on the back foot. Pushing for two there. Really good stroke play by Wandile Makwetu this morning. Is looking really good. It's been a competition between who can play the better strokes this morning. Quite a few straight drives by Moulder. Pull strokes by Wandile Makwetu. Oh, it does not look good with that new ball coming. Might be fetching more leather, the Tuskers.
Well, it all adds up to great entertainment. So if you're looking for something to do in the Johannesburg area, come to the Wanderers.
Might be a continuation of the SA20.
Just looking ahead to the second new ball, and you were wondering how the pitch would behave come there. It's still very hard, so I think there's going to be still good bounce and carry, and it's probably quickened up a bit actually from yesterday as well. You'd expect it'll certainly get through the ball, but it'll also give the batters opportunities to score as well.
Cast that through. Running hard, this pair. Usually, sometimes you find teams when they're on the front foot and usually press hard on the runs, and this time around these two are keeping the intensity up. You're right, Ken, the bounce has been true. Yesterday it zipped through to the keeper quite a few times, especially the likes of Pavilon. It really zipped through to the keeper and carried it really nicely, and you shouldn't expect it to get any slower today. Remember, he said he spoke to Alan Donald earlier this morning, or yesterday morning rather. Oh, brilliant stroke. There's barely about 10 meters between those two fielders, and he picked that gap so nicely. It is the shorter boundary, so it'll get there quite quickly. But credit to Wandile Makwetu for the timing on that stroke. Not very powerfully hit.
Well, it's deceptive, isn't it? He's hit the ball absolutely beautifully in this innings. That just raced away.
Things are going pear-shaped now for the Tuskers. Need to slow down this run scoring. Oh, outside edge for Mayers and Beast the Gully. Another half chance, I'd say, for Ben Compton. Seems like the ball is following him. Yet another boundary this morning for Wandile Makwetu. Things are not looking good for Tuskers. Partnership moving up to 99 now. And brings us to the 80th over. New ball will be due. 340 for 3. To Pavilon into the attack.
And umpire Bongani Jele showing that the second new ball will now be brought into play. You mentioned Alan Donald. Well, yesterday morning he was licking his lips. He was very excited about the pitch. Said that it reminded him of the pitches here at the Wanderers in the late 80s when he was first coming through in his career. And he just said it's going to get quicker and quicker. And, well, Moulder was licking his chops on the first morning, and the rest of the Lions attack, getting all 10 wickets in the session before lunch. But since then, it's been the batsmen. They're cashing in. They're loving this surface as well.
Talk about the surface. He has a window of opportunity here on this surface for De Pavilon. Potentially get a wicket here or two for his side. It won't be easy. There are 2 slips and a wideish gully in place. Oh, early on, ball responds quite nicely. Exactly what the Tuskers would have been thinking with that new ball.
Well, it shows that there is still some movement out there with the new ball. You put it in the right place. This pitch, in order to hold it together in this very hot weather, has got a decent covering of grass. It's dead grass, though. It's brown grass. But the ball can still just grip a bit, and the seam there coming into play.
The next 30 minutes will be very important here for the Tuskers. They have to make it work. They really do. The Pavilion and Ziad Abrahams will have to make that ball talk and put it in the right areas, more importantly.
Yeah, I was going to say that if the second new ball doesn't bring some wickets for the Tuskers, it's going to be a very, very long day for them. Another hot day of toil in the field.
Outside edge, but drop short. Good start, but Pavilion beat the outside edge with his first ball. And on his third, gets it, but drops short. Positive signs for Tuskers. But not the result we're looking for.
Good soft hands in defence by Moulder.
Hitting the right areas at the Pavilion. Sure, the bowling coach will be proud of how he started. Sure, he'll be proud as well. He has to continue in that zone. Causing troubles early on here for Moulder.
Yusuf Abdullah, the bowling coach for the Tuskers. I think you'll be pleased with the effort that Pavilion has put in as the 100 partnership comes up between these two batters. And, Yusuf Abdullah was a left-arm fast bowler. He certainly had some gas. His nickname was the Heater back in his playing days. Played T20 cricket for South Africa a bit, but he had some pace.
Oh, indecision in the middle, but sends him back. Does one Makwe too. Moulder was halfway down the track there, and rightfully so. There was no single there. Makes sense why the Lions put the foot on the gas early on here. Because see, they knew probably the dangers of this new ball. They could lose quick wickets, and they went really hard early on and scored some quick runs. Makes a lot of sense now because this ball is doing a lot. The first over already. And it was Ziad Abrahams who was the pick of the bowlers yesterday for the Tuskers. And I think he might be in business here.
Well, he's already bowled a couple of overs this morning, Abrahams, and it didn't go very well for him. Got punished by Moulder and Makwetu, and well, he'll be hoping the new ball makes a difference for him.
I'm not too sure if you saw the carry in that last delivery. It zipped through. Sure, for the fast bowler, it's nice to see that ball carry just above waist height of the keeper. And also pushing through quite nicely. It will be Ziad Abrahams into the attack. He'll be desperate to add on to his tally. Maybe get a second. Starts a bit wayward. Not the start he was looking for. Tuskers can't allow this red ball to go to waste. He was the man that picked up the early wicket of Joshua Richards yesterday. Got the outside edge. Lands in that same zone that he picked him up his first wicket and consistently there. Could get his rewards. But the big question is, can he follow the process that we were talking about yesterday, Ken? Be patient enough to just be consistently hitting the same zone and not be flustered by the scoreboard.
It's a good point, Cubber. The Tuskers need to kind of reset and maybe try and convince themselves that it was 0 for 0 when they took the second new ball. Start afresh. Moulder just coming down the wicket a bit there to Abrahams. He gave him the charge earlier this morning and hit him straight back over his head for a magnificent 6. And I remember thinking at the time, well, I don't know if he'll do that when Abrahams has got the second new ball. He's just showing signs of doing exactly the same thing.
Swivels across. Just only to find fine leg. Can I see it's not as easier to score now with this new ball. Yes, it's coming onto the bat quite nicely, but it's getting a bit more bounce, a bit more zip on it. You can see it's just quieting down over the last 2 overs. Previous over, I think, just went for 3 runs, if I'm not mistaken, or 2. And this one, only for 1 so far. Have to keep it like that. That's the only way to build the pressure. Slow down those runs. Oh, exactly that. You can see that extra bounce, extra zip. Jags back in quite nicely. Backers not looking as comfortable as they were in the first 10 overs of the morning. That's the end of the 82nd over. It is 346 for 3.
The other thing to keep an eye on for the Lions, who, of course, are trying to make their way into the final in 3rd place on the log at the start of this game, have climbed up to 2nd after their heroics yesterday. But bonus points are important for them as well.
Short, wide, and put away by Moulder. That's a freebie, a hit me ball. Don't want to bowl it there when you have that new cherry in your hands. Those are easy pickings for Moulder. Just spoke about how it just got quiet with that new ball. And he gives away a boundary, loose one. But Pavillon has to go back to the lines was bowling the previous over.
Well, he's been superb this morning. Moulder going to his 50 off just 63 balls there, 5 4s and 2 6s. And it's been a display of really dominant stroke play. And that's what the Lions want now with this game so well set up for them. They've collected 4,9. Well, it's now 4, a little bit more, almost 4 batting. It's 4 batting bonus points now to go with their 4 bowling points. And if they win this game, as they should from this position, that's another 16 points they get.
Oh, nice delivery. Beats the outside edge. You can see that fuller length delivery does threaten the outside edge very often. Can't move away from that. Anything shorter than that makes it easy pickings. Just look at how that length, that line of delivery About that 7th stump line. Not as easy to pick when it's a bit fuller.
He was a bit of shape away from the right-hander there, and it was a good length. Moulder wasn't quite to the pitch of that, which is why it swung past the bat. Shows you that there is still a bit in it for the bowlers.
I don't think it was a driving length even. Maybe a bit too short to drive on that one, especially driving on the up. Nice fight back here by De Pavillon after conceding that early boundary in the over. Really good start by these two. Both earning their 50s this morning. As Vian Moulder just early in this over getting his 50. Wandile Makwetu as well. Getting his 50 this morning as well. Also, the partnership in this over went over the 100 mark, or the previous over rather. So moving quite nicely, this pair. Also, that lead creeping up now closer and closer to that 300 mark. I'm sure the chats for the Lions will be around that 350 to 400. Maybe Ken will be saying 600. You want to put the nail in the coffin.
Well, not a lead of 600, but a total of 600, maybe.
It's one in the same thing, Ken. They only scored 63 runs to the Tuskers. Oh, nicely guided by Vian Moulder. What a stroke. There was a gully in place, but that gully field, they had no chance to getting on that one. Seriously good timing. And just a placement more than anything else. Not much power behind that one. Gets a boundary, a really good boundary that is. That brings us to the end of the 83rd over. And also bring a change in commentary. We'll have Mbali back. Very good morning to you, Mbali.
Good morning, Kamva. A beautiful morning so far of cricket. Beautiful batting display by the DP World Lions. Definitely dominating here at the DP World Wanderers. Been an entertaining 30 minutes of cricket. When I took a break, Vian Moulder going to his 17th half century with the 14 that is had 14 centuries that he's had so far. Ziad Abrams just continues from the golf course and just running in with lots of energy, especially with the new ball in his hand, hoping to make use of the new Terry. So far, no luck for them. A couple of chances just before they took the new ball.
Yeah, big job chance. Chance a slip by the bowling of Whitehead, chopped by Ben Compton of Wandile Makwetu's bat. Sure, they would have loved to get a new batter in with a new cherry. Would have been a nice way to be able to break through the spine of this batting lineup. Still two heavy batters coming in. The top run scorers of this 4-day series still yet to come. And you think about the best chances of picking up those 2 wickets is getting them when that new cherry is still fresh. And to drop a chance, an over before. Up in the air, outside half the bat. Does Vian Moulder, and they get 2 for it.
Vian Moulder just continues to dominate, scoring freely, scoring fast, and making sure that he puts the bowling team under pressure. With the lead now moving up to 295 runs, it's a very, very tall order, especially in the Joburg heat. After being bundled out for just 63 runs yesterday, the Tuskers are going to have to do a whole lot of batting in the next few days. Nice part about everything that's happening is the good, sensible cricket. They're just not going for each and every delivery they see. They play sensibly. If the ball is there to be hit, they apply themselves, get behind the ball, and just for every shot that I've seen, if it's a bad delivery, it definitely goes to the boundary.
Talk about sensible cricket. We didn't see a lot of that early on by the Tuskers yesterday, which cost them a lot of their wickets. They lost their first 4 wickets in a very, very cheap fashion, and loose strokes that cost them that early session. They could have batted much better. They just really played some loose strokes, and I'm sure they would like to do better.
With that ball being bowled, it is now first drinks break being taken. It is 358 for 3. It's been a beautiful morning. When we started, there was a lead of 197, just too shy of the 100 runs scored this morning, and they've come very fast.
Yeah, they come very fast indeed, and we'll take a short break now on this drinks break, and we'll catch you just after this drinks break.
Welcome back. Just after the break, it is the DP World Wanderers. It is the final round of the CSA 4-day competition. It is the DP World Lions up against the Moulder Tuskers. Beautiful morning so far. Right on the mark by Du Pavilion. Straight after the drinks break, a much needed drinks break. They just needed the 5 minutes just to gather their thoughts and just check so far what are they doing wrong, I am saying, what are they doing wrong? Because they haven't been able to break this partnership, which is very stubborn and continues to grow minute by minute in leaps and bounds.
I think, to be fair, I don't think they've done extremely bad work with the ball in hand this morning. I think it's just credit to the batting of the Lions. They've come out firing and aggressively, so that's put them under pressure. That's forced the errors and mistakes from the Tuskers. They're already down and out coming into this day, to be fair. And I'm sure they would have come in with a positive mindset, trying to, change the tide of this game. And then I think the last thing they wanted is to have these two coming out positively on the front foot, scoring boundary after boundary.
Very well bowled and very well stopped. It's quite important not to get lost in the game as a batsman. Still continue to apply your mind, especially that period, like the first 10 minutes after a certain break, a drinks break, after lunch or prior to lunch. It's very important that you still regather your thoughts and continue where you left off. With these two just building the momentum and the partnership, now on 113 runs, they want to continue and bat throughout up until lunch.
Yeah, one thing certainly the Lions have done better is get partnerships. That a record-breaking partnership yesterday, and yet another partnership over 100. Something that the Tuskers couldn't do. Could barely string a partnership together, which was one of the things that really brought down their downfall. Let alone the soft stroke plays and the soft dismissals they had. I think in this game of cricket we know how important partnerships are, and in their bowling as well. Haven't really seen a nice end-to-end stuff in terms of bowling pairs where they've come in and attacked from both sides and created pressure. You have one side creating pressure and the other one leaking runs, which has been the Achilles heel in terms of their bowling. So something's got to really change it.
Yeah, certain things need to change. I also think they need to also come up with new bowling ideas. Maybe it's time they introduce a bowling change. Still 5 overs bowled with the new ball, but nothing happening, nothing extraordinary. So far, it's just the normal bowling between the two. That is Ziad Abrahams coming from the golf course end and Du Pavilion coming from the Colette Drive. But surely these two need to know very well that they need to break this partnership as soon as possible.
Back foot punch. Here's cover on the boundary. You talk about being aggressive and breaking this partnership, and they had, just in the example that over, still only had 2 slips in place. Maybe that gully fielder, give yourself an extra opportunity to get that outside edge and a catch. I don't want to call it completely negative, but I think you could just give yourself a window of opportunity for the next 10 overs to pick up, or give yourself an extra chance to pick up another wicket or get a breakthrough while this new cherry is still brand new, and get some inroads, because it really does not get any easier in terms of wicket side, in terms of you've got Estazen coming in, top run scorer, Delano Pocketa as well coming in next, second top run scorer in this 4-day series. Bjorn Fontaine also really good with bat in hand, also in decent touch. So it won't be easy going in terms of picking up wickets.
Looked very wide. Empire thinking about it. Looked like it was just outside the line. But again, different format of the game. Surely had it been the shorter format, Empire would have signaled wide there. So I guess it's a good delivery. No run scored off it.
I'll take any dot at this point.
Beautiful shot. Straight over the bowler's head for 6. Moulder just showing his dominance as an international in this format. Just stood there, looked up with a straight bet, and the field went silent for a second there.
You can see the intent in that shot. 2 step forward and across, and plumbed that one over the top. It won't get any easier for the Tuskers. You can see also they're pushing the field out now. Only a few overs in this new ball. And already there's 4 players on the boundary, which shows that they really want to just stop run flow. But with Moulder, the way he's looking, it'll be very hard to stop him.
Going down the track again and bowls it short. He's able to pick it up and just rolls his wrist around it and is picked up at the boundary there in the deep. Just 1 run this time. Moulder continues walking down the track, wants to dominate, doesn't want Ziad Abrahams to settle, just wants to keep him guessing, wants to unsettle him, not to be sure which line to bowl or where to bowl, and that's where he's showing his prowess.
Short again, but this time around it's punished by Wandile Makwetu. He's been really good against the short ball.
Wandile Makwetu joins the chorus there, just hitting it and getting 4 more runs, adding to his total, moving it to 79, just 21 short of that milestone. So far he's scored 1 century in his 30 games. Beautiful delivery, beautiful comeback from Ziad Abrahams. Just bowling it in, coming back, beating everything. It was one of those deliveries, deserved something for the bowler there, unfortunately.
He's not bowling enough of those. There's still a lot of life in this pitch, a lot of life with that ball. That delivery is a great example of that. Jags back in. But unfortunately, he's mixing it up too much. Consistency has been lacking.
Good shot there. Just the exchange of ends between the 2 batsmen. They're running in. It is the last delivery of the over. Takes it to 371 for 3 after 86 overs. Wandile Makwetu on 80 runs. Moulder on 68. Partnership continues to grow as it is now on 126 runs with about 80 overs left. Now the run rate has also gone up from where we started earlier in the day. It was on 4.3. It's now moved to 4.3. It was on 3.8. So these two continue to go up, and the lead now has gone beyond the 300 mark. We talk about a good 400, 500 runs. They probably want to bet just once. Very good delivery, a play and a miss. Du Pavilion bowling it, just making Wandile Makwetu to play, and luckily not to get an edge there.
We'll keep on saying good delivery and then it's not followed up. That's my only issue I have right now this morning with this new ball. You bowl those kind of deliveries, it shows you that there's still a lot on the surface. But then the follow-up delivery, you have to keep that pressure. You can't move away from that length. He has to back it up now. It's about all those small mini battles that you have to win. Create those dot balls, beat the outside edge, play on the batsman's mind. Because as soon as you have stringing 2 good deliveries together, you can't now bowl this short and give a boundary away. It's a pressure releaser, and when another good delivery comes, usually the batsman is maybe in a better mind frame where you can leave it rather than play at it. But if you do create that pressure, You then force him to maybe now think maybe the runs are slowing down and be able to then force that error and pick up a wicket. But consistency will be so key with this new ball. There's still a chance here for Tuskers to get some inroads here in this lineup. Still a lot of life here.
This is definitely a game of margins, a game of the mindset, especially this longer format of the game. Spoke about it earlier, that the problem with them is one good ball is followed by not a great ball, but it is followed by a loose delivery, which then the batsman is able to get away by moving off strike and to go and think and have a look at the bowler on what he's doing, how the ball is playing, or how the ball is being bowled. So there isn't enough pressure being exerted on the batsman. That's why they are able to get away with it easily. Just straying off to the pads, easily picked up there at fine leg. Will just be one for Moulder.
I think it's important when you get that new cherry in your hands as a pair of new ball fast bowlers. So kind of delusional a bit and just act as if you guys are on top of the game and take it as if that maybe they only have 50 on the board. It's 50 for 3 and you guys are on top. That's the mind frame you need to have when you have that new ball in your hands. Steaming hard, running hard, hits your length hard. And the pitch will respond to that as well. And be loud on the field as a team. Because it's a collective effort more than anything else. Can't be silent when you have that new ball in your hands.
So far, the Tuskers have been very quiet. And that on its own is a factor. Haven't heard anyone encouraging the bowler to say, come on, bowl another one. Put it in the right place. Bowl a much quicker one. Bowl it short. Those are the things that help, especially as a bowler. Also, as a keeper, you need to be in charge of your fielding as a skipper.
The Tuskers just have to look at the first 22 overs yesterday that they were dismissed in. Not a single short ball was bowled yesterday with that new ball. Everything was either full, that foolish delivery, or close to that back of a length delivery. And all their wickets was dismissed on that length. Nothing short, absolutely 0 short balls were bowled. So it shows you what length you need to bowl here on this pitch. They can't stray shorter, can't go wide. Has to be tight on the body of the batsman. Make him play forward. Induce that outside edge. Play around with that pad. First wicket was chapped in front. So you have to hang around straight on those pads or nip it back into those pads or look for that outside edge. That's the method of picking up wickets here. It's proven that the first 10 wickets have fallen that way.
Ziad Abrams steams in. Empire thinking about it again. But it is another dot ball for the Tuskers. They need to bowl as many dot balls as they can just to put the pressure, because the Lions are scoring freely. They're able to manipulate the field, just get a 1 or 2. And when the ball's there for a hit, they definitely get a boundary. So far, Ziad has gone for 83 runs in his 20 overs bowled. And a quick single. Very good running between the two batsmen running towards the danger end. Makwethu was able to make it with ease.
Yeah, that's another thing that they need to be aware of. The intensity in the field has to be up. Have to be in the batsman's face. Shut down those singles, especially the guys that are in the inner ring. So your mid-on and mid-off, your cover is quite deep. So you can literally simply just drop and run. And rotational strike is not what you need.
Good shot there from Moulder, but it's covered, only goes for 2 by the sweeper and the boundary, in the offside boundary. Had to make a bit of ground there, running towards his right hand, and was able to gather the ball before it gets to the boundary and just hurry it back in.
I'm honestly struggling to understand the plan here that's been put in place by the Tuskers. Got a deep square, fine leg, third man, a deep cover. Even if they cover in place, it's quite deep. I'm really struggling to see how they're planning to build the pressure.
Empire signals a wide. First one for the morning. Having given him benefit of the doubt with 2 deliveries that were bowled earlier, this one Empire decides, no, it's an extra for the batting side. It's a bit further away. Mistimes that one. Hit to the leg side. And just walks down the pitch for just a single there. I like how the 2 batsmen keep in conversation. They keep consulting just to say, don't fall asleep. Need to focus. A couple of more runs. You'll get to your milestone, which would be a 2nd century.
Certainly easier conversations between this pair, especially in the situation they're in right now. They've been there together for a long period of time now, since the last session of last night and coming into this morning. Almost spent a full session now together. Short one, wraps the helmet, huge appeals. I will bring the physio to the field. First bouncer that's been very accurate. Wraps the head of Wandile Magwetu.
Yeah. Wandile Magwetu was trying to hit that one. Unfortunately, could not get hold of it. Hits him straight on the helmet. Obviously, they'll have to bring in a physio and just do the test and check if he's okay. But it looks like he's okay. I'm actually reminded of the 2016 Coca-Cola Kayamajola week that took place in Bloemfontein at Grey College and UFS, where two of these gentlemen were actually in the very same side. Remember, including the likes of Mitch van Buren. So these two have a history. They've played together for more than a decade. And if I recall, that tournament was actually won by Titans, and with the Lions just falling short. And obviously, some of the players have gone on to play for other provinces, but these two have always been within the Lions setup. And Ken and I just spoke about how Wandile was not as fortunate as the likes of Vian. Already from that age, he was making headlines. Wandile has been inconsistent because of injuries. Vian has been able to just be injury-free and just continue playing his cricket and actually make a name for himself in the international scene there.
Certainly nice to hear that pipeline is working. Getting some guys coming from the levels of the Coke Week into the senior levels of 4-day cricket, and to be able to come here together and be able to still share the same stage must be nice to be looking back to those times and days. Seems like Wandile Magwetu is okay now. Probably they did the ding-dong test. Asked him what day it is, what's your score, just to check if no concussion. Seems to be okay. Here's the important part now for the Tuskers. The follow-up delivery here usually is very important. There's a small window of chance that you might be able to pick up an outside edge if you bowl really well. Definitely the batter will think of that shorter one. No matter how mentally strong you are, when you get a bouncer so well directed and wrapping your helmet and forcing you to get caught, the first aider or the physio.
And it's also important for the batsman to just refocus, not lose his head or not lose his cool. obviously after being hit on the helmet or anywhere in your body as a batsman, you tend to be angry and want to pay a bit of revenge. It will be interesting to see how he plays the next ball.
Quick single taken by one of Makwetu. And that'll be at the end of the over. And we'll also have changing commentary in Ken Borland.
$380 for 3 after 88 overs. Makwetu now on 84 and Moulder on 72. This partnership is growing and rapidly. Partnership is now worth 135. We saw yesterday a beautiful second wicket partnership where the other batsman scored a century and the other one just fell short. Just 2 runs short of that magical 100. That was Zubair Hamza, who's been fine nick with that new bowling change. Welcome, Ken.
Thanks, Mbali. And Malcolm Nofal for the first time in the match. Somewhat surprising because he's a handy spinner. Bit more than a part-timer, I'd say. 380 for 3, the DP World Lions having another fantastic morning on their home ground. Makwetu on strike on 84. Bit of bounce for no foul, but just easily steered away for 1 by Makwetu.
Quite important passage of play. About 40 minutes left. So far, the 2 batsmen have done very well this morning, keeping a cool head, just keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Leans back and swats it with great power over extra cover. Well, that's a hell of a shot by Moulder. Gone all the way, takes him to 78.
Just like how he was able to rock back and still hit the ball off the back foot, and it goes for 6. Just shows how much of power Moulder has. And the fielder has to walk all the way up into the grandstand and has to look for the ball.
Not part of South Africa's T20 plans. Didn't have the greatest SA20 Moulder, but just a reminder of the depth that there is, especially in terms of all-rounders, that a player of this talent didn't really come that close to the World Cup squad.
But a very competitive World Cup squad we've picked. Great win yesterday. We need 2-3 more and to qualify for the next phase. It's very important that we use what we have currently at the World Cup and not say if we had Can, if we had Mbali, we could have done better. I think the coach has applied his mind, the selectors also, but Vian is knocking.
Nicely bowled that by Nofal. A little bit fuller, and Moulder was trying to play it off the back foot again. Yeah, I think everyone's had their say about the selections and the controversy, and now we see the proof will be in the pudding. I do worry about our bowling a bit. It's sliding down the leg side. So far, the pitches in India have had a bit of grip, a bit of assistance to those bowlers who have a skill, who can bowl the cutters. The nicely punched by Moulder to the cover sweeper. Whereas South Africa have kind of put all their eggs in the express pace basket. The most effective bowler yesterday, and he bowled superbly, was Lungi Ngidi, using cutters and changes of pace. Quick score update from Kingsmead, where the top of the log Warriors are playing the Dolphins, who are also in contention for the final. Warriors have made a good start to that game. 380 all out they posted. The Dolphins currently 44 for 1.
Definitely in contention. Now, talking about the team selected, we've always relied on pace. We've always used pace as much as we can, but we've also produced a couple of very good spin bowlers. So that's very important. I guess we need to find a balance and just find out what is what as the tournament progresses, and the players will surely step up when given a chance.
Ronaldo Mayer back to the attack. And a very nice, easy single for Moulder, who's catching up on Makwetu. He's on 80 already. Not that Makwetu's been a slouch by any stretch of the imagination. It's been a wonderful innings by him.
From both batsmen, it's just beautiful how they scored. Just the both of them, they've scored their runs very quickly. Makwetu's on 85 of 94 balls.
Belated call for a single. Oh my word, if the fielder had hit directly there and he had all three stumps to aim at, I think that would have been the end of Wandile Makwetu.
Yeah, it was an unnecessary single there. There was no need to take a risk between the two. Just talking about the two earlier, Moulder is on 81 of 89 balls. So it just goes to show these two have been going about it at a rapid pace and has really, really taken the game away from the Tuskers for the moment.
Slogged straight past the non-striker. Wandile Makwetu had to move quickly there. Well, Ronaldo Mayer, he doesn't have the pace of a Tupavilon or a Abrahams. He needs to be very tight with his lines and lengths, and that the length just allowed Moulder to free the arms and blast it down the ground.
Yeah, that was a proper slan from Moulder, just having fun also. I don't even think he is looking at the scoreboard. He's just enjoying himself out there on the field, especially when they're bowling.
Goes again. This time there is protection at long off. And that will be the 150 partnership between Makwetu and Moulder, building on the 179 that Hendricks and Hamza put on.
Yeah, 150 partnership of 118 balls. 160 balls bowled to them, 15 fours, 5 sixes, and there was just one extra. Makwetu contributing 64 runs and Moulder 85 runs in the total.
Been another perfect morning for the DP World Lions. And Moulder at the centre of the commanding position they found themselves in, leading by 332 already. They've still got 7 first innings wickets in hand. And let's not forget, it was Moulder who set it all in motion yesterday in the morning session. Phenomenal bowling. 7 for 6 he took as the Tuskers were bowled out for 63. And here he is now shining with the bat. 85 not out in the company of Wandile Makwetu on 86 not out. And they've batted through the morning.
Surely the bowling staff, in fact, the coaching staff is happy. The coaching staff of the Lions, the bowling coach did very well yesterday. Alan Donald with his troops going out there and just bowling the Tuskers for 63. And then the batting coach, Hashim Amla, look at what his batsmen are doing this morning. Surely you can't be complaining much about that.
No, it's all going perfectly for the Lions, no doubt about it. So 22 overs bowled this morning, and the Lions have added 139 runs without losing a wicket. Can't do much better than that. So going back to the scores from around the country, the Northwest Dragons were second on the log going into this round. The Lions, with all the bonus points they've got in this game, have nudged ahead of them. But the Dragons doing well down in Paarl, 361 for 6. They've scored, as we see, finally a breakthrough this morning for the Tuskers.
A beautiful delivery from Nofal, breaking the partnership between the two, bowling Wandile Makwetu for 89, having batted 163 minutes, facing 98 balls and 12 fours and 1 6. You can see he's really, really disappointed in himself. Was not too sure whether to go forward or go back to the delivery, which went through between the bat and pad there. Fortunately for him, will not be raising his bat to celebrate 100 this time around, but well batted, young man.
Well, he'll certainly raise his bat to the change room, because it's been a splendid innings. 89 off just 98 deliveries. It was the arm ball from Nofal, and unfortunately Makwetu decided in the end to play it off the back foot. Should have been forward. It just rushed through between bat and pad. And so some relief for the Tuskers, 398 for 4. But the bad news is that the Lions are sending in another dasher in the form of Connor Esterhuizen, one of the most promising young stroke players in the country.
Connor Esterhuizen played 20 matches so far, 450s, 300s. He has been the man in fine form this season. He has really had a couple of great innings. Connor Esterhuizen knocking on the Proteas side, a great wicket-keeper batsman.
Yeah, having a wonderful 4-day campaign.
Will just want to settle quickly, try and get off the mark as quickly as he can.
Top of the averages is Connor Esterhuizen, 675 runs in 9 innings. That's second only to Gavin Kaplan of Bulland. Nicely flighted by Nofal, and even better by Esterhuizen, just setting it airborne over long on. And, well, that's a lovely way to get off the mark.
Definitely a lovely way to get off the mark. Hitting your first boundary just after facing 3 deliveries, just announcing your arrival to the park, to the crease, to say, gentlemen, that's why I'm second on top of the batting list. Takes the Lions to 404 for the loss of 4 wickets after 90.4 overs. Lots of cricket left in the day, 76 overs to be precise. And once again, the fielding side has gone quiet. They were just reminded that Connor is one of the batsmen that everybody is raving about currently in this format of the game.
Yeah, he's averaging 96 this season. Has made 300s and 250s. Lions have gone past 400 as well with that 6. And there's a single for Esterhuizen.
Seems like the conversation from the changing room was try and score as quickly as you can, guys.
Past the outside edge, well bowled by Nofal. Well, the Lions have 100 overs in which to get batting bonus points. So 9 overs left for that. Obviously, they want to get as many as they can in order to, A, play themselves into the final, and B, preferably to host it, of course, if they can finish top of the log.
Lions have dominated this 4-day CSA competition over the last few years. Champions in 2024-2025 season. Champions, shared champions with the Titans. And now they have an opportunity to become champions if they do win this and make it to the final.
Mayer will continue from the golf course end. One slip in the gully. He's got boundary fielders either side of the wicket square. And a fine leg as well.
Meyer bowling to the new batsman on the crease. Corner stays in. Was just moved to 7 in quick deliveries. Started off with a boundary just to open his account and announce his arrival in the previous over. As you can see, Easthuizen has rolled his sleeves. He's ready to do the job out there.
It's a bit breezier at the Wanderers today than it was yesterday. This time they do get the quick single to the deepish mid-off. So that'll help the fielding side. Temperatures in the 30s again today.
Also, the mid-on, the mid-off and mid-on are now dropping to long off and long on. This is obviously informed by how Vian Moulder has been scoring previously, hitting the ball, stroking the ball to those areas and going aerial. Literally can drop.
Short and wide and cut to the boundary fielder, just a single. Yeah, it's damage control mode now for the Tuskers. They don't have much option, even though this second new ball is only to its 12th over.
Yeah, there's literally plenty of runs in the inner circle, in the end ring. You can literally drop the ball and run 2 quick runs, or drop it and just go for one easy single.
Moulder trying to work that leg side, the bottom hand coming through, but he just didn't time it well enough. I think what Coach Russell Domingo will be really pleased about is how ruthless the Lions have been. Obviously took great control of the game in bowling the opposition out for just 63 on the first morning. And I guess they could have easily meandered to 300 all out and, still been in firm control. But they've been clinical, 407 for 4.
Obviously, they'll want to utilize the space they're currently in, make and get as many bonus points as they can. Spoke about a few overs, about 8 overs left to get a batting bowling point, having faced the 100 overs. So that's very important. Also, you can see that there is planning and precision going on. They did not just get into the field and just play cricket. there is a target. Let's get so many points. Let's make sure in the 100th over we are still there at the crease. It's very important. And then go for a win. There we stand a chance of getting 16 points.
No fault about his third over. Just the single.
Must give credit to Nofal, has bowled very well ever since he's taken the ball from the Colette drive end. Is making the batsman play, and obviously came with that breakthrough there the previous over.
More flight, and Connor Esterhuizen says, "Thank you very much. I'll have some airtime of my own." Launched over wide long on for another 6. So that's 6s in successive overs that Connor Esterhuizen has hit off no foul.
It's definitely in his arc. He can hit the ball and can hit it very well and with ease. And these are the signs of a very confident batsman. Just pick the ball up with ease and hits it to cow corner there and rattles the grandstand and ricochets back into the field.
A really controlled hit as well by Connor Esterhuizen, kept his shape beautifully. And a fielder has now dropped back, not all the way on the boundary, 3/4 of the way. Too short from no foul and slash through extra cover for 4. The bowler kicks the ground in frustration.
One thing for sure about Connor Esterhuizen, he scores quick and he scores very fast. He has a good time off the ball and is able to pierce the field or pick his gaps, back-to-back boundaries.
And then just the single to long on.
Lions definitely not taking the foot off the pedal, keeping the pressure on the bowling team, making the batsmen's work very easy.
That one just stopped on Esterhuizen a bit.
Was very fortunate there, but with the field evenly spread, it falls into no man's land and they're able to just quickly run one between end of the 93rd over, 421 for 4. Esterhuizen and Vian Moulder now building that partnership, moving to 23 runs between the two. Now the run rate keeps going up. It's now moved to 4.5. Lots of overs left throughout the day. It's about 20 minutes before lunch. These two batsmen will want to be there at lunchtime just to, put a bit of pressure. That's why they need to score the runs, but always maintain the pressure.
Little shuffle from Esterhuizen outside off stump, but well bowled by Meyer. Esterhuizen's got off to a flying start, 20 off just about a dozen deliveries.
Trying to unsettle Ronaldo Meyer there. And the field, looking at the two mid-on and mid-off, a bit deepish, but not all the way back. There's always a single if the ball goes past the bowler there.
There, just to prove your point, Marley. Comfortable one.
Comfortable with ease. Just a gentle jog down the track.
And now, as previously, mid-off and mid-on go all the way back for Vian Moulder on strike.
We've got about 7 fielders on the boundary when Van Mulder is facing the ball.
Still he goes, and still he succeeds. Launched down the ground for a massive 6 by Van Moulder. Oh, what batting this is. 94 not out now.
Van Mulder showing his dominance, showing his power. There was a man placed right on the edge of the boundary, but still is able to clear him with ease as the ball crashes into that grandstand again. And the fielder has to go into the grandstand and just pick up the ball. Just showing his power there, Van Mulder.
Well, lunch is just 15 minutes away, and I had a feeling that Van Moulder didn't want to go into lunch without 3 figures on the board. He wants to get to the milestone before the break. Wide and out to the cover sweeper. That might be a safer place to bowl at the moment to Van Moulder.
But I like how he's brave. He's able to take on the field and the fielders. Having noticed that they've put 2 men at the back, but he still thinks I can clear the fielders with ease.
And he can. He's shown it. Backing himself and having the quality and ability to pull it off several times, Van Moulder.
Do you think between the two there may be a competition? Let's see who can hit many 6s. Because Connor Estezen is also one to hit the ball very long and very far.
That one just popped a bit. Down to third man for a couple. They'll turn it into 2. Good running.
Definitely 2 good runs. Very good delivery. Just making Estezen uncomfortable. He was also walking down the track when it popped. And for a moment, he had to readjust. Did not have control of the shot, but was able to get away with it. 2 more runs added to the scoreboard and 2 more runs added to Estezen's tally.
Mid-off is halfway back, even for Estezen now, so that's an easy single. End of the over, 94 gone, 432 for 4. 6 overs left for batting bonus points, and the Lions lead is 369.
Well, I'm hoping Van Mulder gets to score his 100 while I'm still on the commentary chair.
Five more runs to go for Van Moulder. He's not on strike, though, for this next over. Connor Estezen is on 24.
Very well fielded by Jonty Rapulana, a man who played most of his cricket here in the Highveld for the Lions. Scored good runs for them also.
Hit hard to long off, and Moulder gets on strike. Still 11 minutes to go until lunch. That's if they're using the clock on the main scoreboard as the official clock.
Just backing away, but is not able to pierce the field. Can see that is edging or eager to just get it over and done with.
One more to Moulder. No, he's just a boundary away, a 4 away from 100. And what an all-round performance it will be. Van Moulder, 7 for 6 with the ball, and now 96 not out with the bat. Over the top from Connor Esterhuizen, inside out, over extra cover, and that's his third six. He's catching up to Vian Moulder, who's got 5 sixes.
Most definitely catching up with the sixes. Surely these two have had a conversation. Let's see who can hit the ball and hit it hard.
I don't think they needed a conversation. I think they just do it naturally, these two.
Beautifully bowled. Was not too sure whether to go for it and try and attempt to hit it long, but eventually decides, let me just defend that ball. With that, it is 12 o'clock. It is 440 for 4, end of the 95th over. Gamva takes over from where
another arm ball from Malcolm No Fault to end his over there. He's got a good one, a good arm ball. He bowled Wandile Makwetu with one. And you could see Connor Esterhuizen was slightly taken by surprise by that one. Game shuffling outside off stump Moulder this time. Just a single.
Yeah, Vian Moulder edging closer to that milestone. Surely throws his name right at the top of the Man of the Match award there. Vian Moulder also just saying to the selectors, I'm here to stay.
Well, if you take 7 for 6 and score 100 and still don't get man of the match, I'd love to see the performance from whoever did win man of the match then. Over mid-on, glorious strike by Connor Esterhuizen. What a good shot that is. And not much effort either. Almost like a short-arm punch.
Beautiful shot indeed from Connor Esterhuizen. Takes him to his 4th 6. Just one more and he would have reached Vian, who's hit 5 so far in the game. Must be very stressful as a fielder, especially in this longer format of the game when you get hit and the sun is shining very hard and it's very hot.
Well, the fielder's up in the grandstand in the shade and taking a while to recover the ball. Not surprised. It's probably a lot cooler out there than it is on the field. He's now under one of the advertising sheets that are pulled over the seats there. He's got the ball. Back it comes.
Yeah, but he's taking a bit of his own sweet time there. The shade is a bit nicer than standing in the heat there, especially when you're being hit like that.
I definitely sympathize. Yeah, who wouldn't do that?
I did say when Connor walked in that he's got his arms, his sleeves rolled up. He's just ready to hit the ball to all sides of the park.
Mayer goes full and wide, and not a bad place to bowl if you want to limit the damage, just a single. 50 partnership up between Moulder and Esterhuizen, and it's taken just 32 balls.
Great partnership between the two. Esterhuizen contributing 38 of those runs and Moulder contributing 12. Tuskers have given little or nothing when it comes to extras this morning. It's been the batsmen who have been doing the talking with the willow.
Moulder on 97. You'll go to 98.
Just that shimmy down. And Ronaldo just bowling a bit further away from him. But Moulder is able to reach the ball and just scamper through for one.
lashed through the covers, but again, that cover sweeper is in play. $450 up for the DP World Lions.
It's just quite interesting how every second we keep reaching different milestones. That 450 in 577 deliveries, 418 minutes, 56 fours and 10 sixes in this game.
Moulder on 98. Over the bounder's head, that'll be it. That's the 100. A couple of bounces over the boundary. What a century for Vian Moulder. What a match for Vian Moulder.
15th century for Vian Moulder. As you can hear the screams from the dugout of the Lions. Well battered young man, contributing 102 runs, not out, 102 deliveries faced, and for 8 fours and 5 sixes. Nearly getting my tongue tied there. It's been a beautiful display of batting by Vian Moulder, just showing that he is an international and dominating in this game. We spoke about him with the ball, taking 6 wickets, just going for 7 runs, and now he's done it with the bat.
Well, he destroyed the Tuskers with the ball, and now he has surely hammered in the final nails in their coffin, or just about the final nails in their coffin with this batting innings. And great to see him in action in domestic cricket, and great to see him so hungry to perform. But we know what a competitor he is. He'll be disappointed that he's not with the Proteas team at the moment, and just making his point, don't forget about me. I'm still around.
There'll be a change in bowling. Sean Whitehead comes in. What is probably the last over of the morning session. Coming in from the Colette Drive end.
Yeah, I don't think the Tuskers will rush to get another over in before lunch. Somehow you're going to see a few field changes, I think. Swept on the full, half stopped by the short fine leg.
Certainly stopped the boundary there. Saved 3 more runs. They're able to scamper through and just get that single. Seems like these batsmen will not take the foot off the pedal, even if it's the very last over of the morning session.
Gave himself room outside leg stump and swatted it over cover point for 4. And, well, the Lions want to make the most of these remaining 22 deliveries for batting bonus points. They just know they need to get as many as possible, because we don't know what the Warriors are going to do, what the Dragons are going to do later today.
Very well stopped there. Saved another boundary. Vian has been hitting the ball and has been hitting it very hard. Couple of stings there in their hands.
Well bowled. Pa Whitehead saw him coming. And, well, Vian Moulder did well to get something on that at least. Not sure if it was bat or pad. But the important thing is it kept it away from wicketkeeper Zuma and a possible stumping.
Yeah, was running down the track. Seems like Vian has decided after 100, I'm going to go after the ball or after the bowlers.
What does he mean doing to get to 100? You think he's going to step it up a bit? That's a nice sweep by Connor Estes, and it's been in the fielder at fine leg. Meyer. He's had a couple of missteps in the field, I'm afraid, in this innings. And that's the perfect way to end the morning session for the Lions. Another morning of absolute dominance, as that boundary, which should have just been a 1 or maybe a 2, has stretched their lead past 400 now. On 464 for 4, they lead by 401 runs. Vian Moulder 107 not out. Connor Estes and 44 not out. So in 29 overs this morning, the Lions have added 96 runs. And Mbali Klope, are you entertained?
Very much so. Just looking at the scoreboard this morning, beautiful runs scored. Dupavilion, the bowler, was the pick of the bowlers, going for 73 runs. Ziad Abrahams also picked up one for his 89 runs off the 21 overs. Andile Mokhakane, who we haven't seen this morning, picked up a wicket yesterday. That's the last time we saw him. And this morning, the batting card, Wandile Makwetu, 89 of 98. Vian Moulder going to 100 of 106 deliveries. Yesterday, Dominic Hendricks scored 115 of 170 deliveries. Zubair Hamza was unlucky, getting to a 98 of 156 deliveries. With that being said, it is, of course, time for lunch, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes to see where the story leads or where the story goes. So far, the Lions on top of the game.
Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium for the afternoon of the second day play. And, the Lions once again took a terrible toll on the Moothee Tuskers in the morning. On the first day, they bowled them out for 63 before lunch. As you can see there, the incredible bowling figures of Moulder, 7 for 6. He's gone on to just get himself a nice little unbeaten 100 this morning, as the Lions added another 105 runs in 29 overs and lost just 1 wicket. So all of that leaves the DP World Lions on 464 for 4. That's a lead of 401 runs. And they are wonderfully poised. I'm Ken Borland, and it's a very great pleasure to welcome into commentary Homba Mazaleni.
Hi, Ken. How's it going?
Well, good, thank you, Homba. I think we were royally entertained in the morning. I'm sure you enjoyed that as well.
I'm telling you right now, what a morning of cricket. What the Lions were doing was actually quite incredible.
Yeah, it really was. And led by Moulder, what a amazing all-round game he's having. 7 wickets with the ball and now an unbeaten century. It looks like Andile Mokhakani is going to bowl for the Tuskers straight after lunch. I've been a bit baffled that he's bowled so little, Mokhakani. He came on late yesterday, only bowled 5 overs, but took the wicket of Zubair Hamza and just brought a bit of energy and intensity to the bowling effort, not used at all this morning. The bigger picture for this game, of course, is it's the last round of round-robin action before the final. So teams jostling for a place in that final. Here's Mokhakani to Moulder. And straight away an aggressive stroke, but straight to extra cover. So the top 2 teams go into next week's final. At the start of this match, the Lions were in 3rd place, but they've now moved up to 2nd with 107.66 points, which is 1.4 ahead of what the 2nd place Northwest Dragons have. Well, they were 2nd, now they're down to 3rd as Moulder gets going after lunch with a single. And our colleague James King in Cape Town tells me that if the Lions can score 31 more runs in the next 3 overs, so you can get bonus points up until 100 overs. So they're on 97.2 at the moment. If they add 30, well, it'll be 30 more runs now, then even if the Dragons win their match in Paarl, and of course the Lions win here, the Lions will still finish above them.
Well, that sets themselves up for the final.
That's right. I guess we can't say definitively that they're in the final until they actually win this match and get the 16 points for the win. The Warriors have put on a good score down in Durban, so they're still in 1st place on 109.44, so that's just about 1.8 points ahead of the Lions. Straight back over the bowler's head.
Well fielded.
Yeah, good work out there by Ronaldo Meyer.
I actually do wonder if the Tuckers' energy is going to pick up.
It's a tough ask, isn't it, Homba? Here in Gauteng, they toiled all afternoon yesterday, toiled again this morning. Might be struck outside the line of off stump. I think umpire Harris agrees with me. They get a leg by. And the other problem for the Tuskers is that the game is gone, really. I mean, they're 405 runs behind now.
Well, at this point, just for them, for their own morals,
Yeah, always pride to play for her. That's that is something. And at the moment, things aren't looking good for them in the relegation battle. They're pretty much guaranteed to finish last now in the 4-day series. Mighty blow by Moulder, but it'll just be the single to Cow Corner. They did a little bit better in the T20 Challenge, but they need to have a good one-day cup to have any hope of avoiding relegation. So you kind of want to go into the new competition with a bit of momentum as well.
Oh, a little bit of a win would never hurt.
So first over after lunch is done. Lions have added 5 runs very comfortably. And it's going to be spin from the caller drive end. Sean Whitehead will continue.
A 71-run partnership's been absolutely incredible.
It's come up in less than 8 overs.
Wow, that was quick. That was quick.
Well, Connor Esterhuizen's done the bulk of the scoring. 47 of 29 balls.
And how many sixes?
I think he's got 4 from memory before lunch, but we'll just double check on that.
My goodness, what a competition it is between the two of them, between Moulder and Esterhuizen.
Yeah, 4 sixes for Connor Esterhuizen. Moulder has 5. Quite possibly 6. He's launched Sean Whitehead's first ball. Over long on 4-6. Over the fielder. Moulder has shown he's not deterred by fielders on the boundary. He backs himself to go over them.
Look at that footwork. Absolutely gone. They're going to have to go and look for that ball.
Yeah, good point about the footwork, Humber. Keeps his shape so well, creates room for his arms to come through. Lovely hitting arc. Again, creates room. This could be out though. Oh, very good catch. Running in at Cow Corner. Good low catch. And Moulder's fun is over shortly after lunch. So Moulder goes for 115 for the suspicious amongst us. It's Nelson balls, 111 balls, 9 fours and 6 sixes. Magnificent innings by the all-rounder.
Well, knowing the Lions, they're going to send in a crusader of a batter.
Hey, just see the replay. Whitehead following him down the leg side. And a very good catch by Malcolm Nofel.
Talk about a good start to the afternoon.
Tuskers will be relieved. It's one major tormentor gone. Connor Esterhuizen's still there though. And as you say, Delano Potgieter, who's coming in, well, he's a pretty cavalier batsman as well. So he gets going. It will be more pain for the Tuskers. And Delano Potgieter has been in magnificent form this season.
Well, with such a big wicket gone, I just think that the energy of the Tuskers will increase.
Hopefully it will give them a little boost indeed. Delano Potgieter's averaging 81.66 this season. Second only to the man he's batting with at the moment, Connor Esterhuizen. He's got a century and 250s in his 8 innings. And tends to be at his best under pressure, Delano Potgieter. He and Bjorn Fortuin here in the lower order have saved the Lions a couple of times.
Well, a dangerous pairing for the Tuskers then.
Straight away, Potgieter is slashing down to long off. Bit of a awkward bounce there for Sean Gilson, the skipper, but well handled. Launched and out the ground by Delano Potgieter.
Just a bit of a conversation between the batters after this 6. Just look at the way that it was taken all the way through.
Yeah, it was well outside off stump. But Potgieter walking across there, getting into that line and lifting it over the leg side. Superb shot. Now he swats this one down the ground to... No wonder they haven't taken a single. That's interesting. Connor Esterhuizen is on 47 of 29 balls. And they've decided, no, Potgieter, you hit the ball better. You can score quicker. Again walks across and again. It's going to be another 6. Oh, my goodness. Well, the decision not to take the single has paid off. Third 6 in the over and 1 over left for batting bonus points. 489 for 5. The DP World Lions, phenomenal.
They definitely make it look like we're playing a T20.
Indeed. So just we make it that if the DP World Lions can score 5 runs in this over, the 100th, then and they've shut the Northwest Dragons out of the final. As long as the Lions go on to win this game, of course.
Oh, of course.
There's one of them. Will they try to turn it into 2? Yes, good running. Delano Potgieter gets back for the second.
Well, we've got 67 overs left, and the partnership, as young as it is, already has 16 runs.
12 of those 6s from Delano Potgieter. Here's Tozen on 49.
They're really playing it slow, getting that 1 run, pushing it over to 50.
Oh, it's beaten the batter and the wicketkeeper, Zuma. And that's a bit of a fortunate way to get the runs that take him to 50, Connor Estes, and take the Lions past the Dragons on the log. As long as they, or out of reach of the Dragons at least, as long as the Lions go on to win this game. A 32-ball half-century for Connor Esterhuizen.
And to reach a half century only after 32 balls is something that's absolutely incredible.
You mentioned T20. It's the sort of scoring rate you expect in that format of the game.
Esterhuizen being the Terminator himself when it comes to the bat. Clearing everything in sight.
Delano Potgieter back on strike now. He's not going badly either. 14 off just 4 balls. Field spread far and wide, as you would expect. Mokakani coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Might be a wide ear. Umpire Jele at square leg, as indicated to umpire Harris. Mokakani would have to bowl that one again.
Mokakane had a brilliant innings yesterday. This wicket does well for him.
If they push hard, they'll get 2, but I think the Lions know that they've probably got enough bonus points now, so just the 1.
The Lions lead by 435. And the partnership at the moment is 23 runs.
Down to third man for 1. So the Lions will end just short of 500. And it looks like the declaration has come, because they, or has it? No, they're just getting drinks onto the field. I just wondered for a moment, with the 100 overs up and no more bonus points available, whether they might declare. But I think they still want to ensure that they only have to bat once in this game. Still have some more fun this afternoon with the bat.
I suppose so, Ken. I want to pick your brain a bit here. When do you think they'll declare? Should they declare?
I don't think they'll declare much before an hour after tea, I would say. You don't want to overexert your bowlers, especially if you want them to be fresh, fit and firing for the final next week. It doesn't really matter the score anymore. They're so far ahead already. But, give your bowlers almost 2 bites of the new ball. So they bowl, say, 10 overs or so this evening. And then tomorrow morning, they've still got quite a nice fresh ball, new ball to use. So you get two chances with it almost. Well, here's an interesting move. Kagiso Rapulana is going to come on to bowl. Bowler number 7. I.M. Yawley mentioned yesterday that he used to do a bit more bowling in his younger days for Northwest and for the Lions. He's a former Lions player.
Interested to see what Kagiso is going to do.
Part-time spin. Not a bad length, the direction just a little bit wayward, and easy single for Esterhuizen. $500 up for the DP World Lions. 64s and 13 sixes in that.
The Lions look incredibly comfortable with 441 minutes of play, 604 balls, 64s, and again, 13 sixes. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's been a batting display, that's for sure. Absolutely ruthless and clinical. Rapulana is just moving a deep extra cover onto the boundary. Well, he bowled to his field at least with that delivery. Well, now the Lions just meandering along a bit. The urgency to get as many batting bonus points as they can is gone because you've had the 100 overs. So more accumulation now than really slogging it around.
Oh. Well, the Lions do look quite comfortable. Throwing a bat there.
A little bit short from Rapulana. Just a single there. It's been a pretty tidy over so far. Just 4 runs off it.
The pace of the game has definitely changed. Calmer, slower, more controlled.
Fired in that time by Rapulana. It'll be a 5th single from the over. I think Jonty Rapulana will be pretty happy with that. Not a bad over. All ones. 504 for 5.
It was an incredibly tidy over. He did what he needed to do. Slow down the game. I will take it.
The lead now 441. Mohakani is going to continue from the golf course end. Nicely stroked out to deep cover by Esterhuizen for 1. Humber, it's amazing how with these little games within the game, and once that little mini game is over, the whole mood of the game just changes. It's like a different match going on.
It's like we're watching a completely different team. Completely different from this morning. Calmer, like I said before. Slower. More methodical. Better placements. And better movement by the bowlers. Has me thinking, did the conversation in the change rooms change? What was the conversation about? Because these are different players.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's just because they wanted to get as many batting bonus points as they could. And once the 100 overs were up, that's the end of the bonus points. And then you can just go back to playing normally, really, and just accumulate runs and almost bat selfishly, in fact, these two now. They can bat for milestones. It doesn't matter. They're so far ahead already. There's so much time left in the game. The weather is set fair.
Like we've said before, clinical precision from the Lions. Preserving energy at all cost.
Oh, you see there, they could have got 2 if they really pushed, but just happy to take the ones, the Lions.
And I suppose the one is all they need at the moment. They're not in a rush to get anywhere.
So whereas before it was like a raging wildfire destroying the Tuskers, now it's a bit more like a python, slowly, just centimetre by centimetre, strangling the life out of the bowling side. Slow poison now is the preferred method of attack for the Lions. They did get 2 there, though.
Either way you look at it, Ken, brutal, absolutely brutal. No matter which side that they take, it is clinical and it is absolutely, I have no words.
Even the full toss is just patted to long off for one. Yeah, brutal. I mean, it's almost like if you get killed slowly, it's more brutal than if it's just quick and over with, isn't it?
I'd prefer to be a quick and over. Rather just bowl it at me, hit me for 6, just declare it. You know, as a cricketer, there's nothing I hate more than standing under the sun and watching a slow game. You know.
It's all part of the what did the Australians, they used to call it mental disintegration, where they just grind the opposition down. And yeah, Homba has mentioned it. You can't underestimate what spending hours in the hot sun does to the brain. And then the Tuskers will have to come out and bat again.
Kagiso's rather a very efficient bowler.
Wise call by Delano Potgieter to send Esterhuizen back there. It was straight to short fine leg.
Do you think there would have been much of a difference if they bought on Kagiso earlier on?
I think they would have attacked him more, to be honest. I think they're just happy now to play within themselves, knock the ball around. Hit it gently back to the bowler. It's all very friendly at the moment. How long will Delano Potgieter wait until he gets bored and wants to hit out again?
Well, seeing the batting attack from the Lions, we don't have much longer.
An even tidier over from Chonti Rapulana. Just a couple of runs off it. 511 for 5.
You know, what a brilliant day for cricket. There's not a single, well, there's clouds in the sky. The weather's not that bad. The wind is not that bad either.
Yeah, looks like there's just a very slight breeze out there. A couple of the fringy sort of canopies of the boxes are just gently waving about, and the gum trees at the far end of the ground also gently waving. And, well, they're waving goodbye for now to myself and Homba, as we're going to have a change of commentary. Kamba and Yakani and Mbali Klope.
Just a matter of time now that you'll maybe see the Lions possibly declaring. I'm sure that will be something the Tuskers will like to see. Been out there for a very long time.
Well, the Tuskers have been toiling in the sun for the longest time this morning. They were fortunate to get the 2 wickets that have fallen for the day. And it doesn't end here. The runs that have been piled on. When the day started, we were on 197 runs lead. And it has quickly gone to a 450 run lead. So plenty of runs that have been scored this morning, plus minus 280 of them.
I think the only positive they can take the Tuskers at this point is that the Lions are on the attack. And usually that's a sign of maybe potentially looking to call it quits or rather declare. But maybe they could maybe make them spend a lot more time. It's been 104 overs now, on the 104th now. Very, very long time to be out there in the field. In their previous game, spent 120 overs. So there'll be tired legs out there. And the last thing you want after spending so much time there is then being sent out to bat again with a new ball, have to focus again and lock in after being dismissed for 63 all out in the first innings. There'll be a lot of things they have to deal with mentally, these Tuskers players.
Yep, they need to claw their way back into this game. Right now, they look like a side that's already defeated, that's given up. A few quick wickets will get them there.
I don't think much will change from this point onwards, honestly. 450 run lead by the Lions. Don't think even quick wickets will change the complexion of this game. I don't even see a possible result for them. I think everything is just heading towards the Lions' victory. It's just a matter of time when they declare and they come in energetically coming here to bowl. The difficult part will be for those opening batters. I'm sure they itching to try to get back and fix the errors of their first innings, but the more time they spend there, to be even more difficult to come in and potentially have a good second innings for them.
I think obviously the conversation must have been had during the lunch hour to say, let's try and get to 600 before tea, or let's get to 600 by tea and try and just put on the pressure and score as many runs as we can. And just take the game further away from them. It's already away from them. And we put pressure on them.
Nice pull. Swivels across. Down to the deep square leg boundary. Pushing hard for a second. Really good running there. Pressurizing the fielder. Deep square leg. Might be Ben Compton there. Cover quite a bit of ground in a short space of time. But Misfield unfortunately allowed the second run. Again, pulled him towards deep square, but this time a more clear take and more straight to him.
Pulane just bowling long hops there. And luckily they haven't been put away. Just showing that he's a part-time bowler, is not one that bowls on the regular. And a will cut there. Just shows how athletic he is. Played his cricket here in the Highveld for the Lions for the longest time. One that usually goes overseas during the off-season. Loves his cricket. A very good opening batsman.
Yeah, very good opening batsman, but not a very good game for him so far. Only getting a mass of 10 runs, 13 runs in the first innings. You'll want to better that.
Lions batsman just having it easy right now, just playing the ball with so much respect and just keeping it out of the stumps.
Just knocking it about now are the Lions. That brings us to the end of the 105th over. There's 518 for 5 now. Will be a change of gloves for one of the batters. It's hot here in the commentary box already. Can't imagine how it is there in the middle. No shade whatsoever to speak of to protect yourself as a fielder. Spend so much time out there. Mentally, it's just so draining.
And also looking at the sun directly shining onto the field. You may wear a cap, you may wear a hat, but when it is coming this way with so many runs and not much is being said about the wickets that you have taken, it becomes much hotter.
Quick single taken by Delano Pochita. They've slowed down a bit now. Lions came out on fire after the lunch break. Big sister scored by Vian Moulder and Connor Estazen. And now they just seem to slow things down again. Rotating the strike quite nicely. I think the plan now for them, as you mentioned already, maybe might be that 600 mark to get to. And then maybe they'll have a short burst, maybe an hour just before that tea break. Then after that last session as well to have a proper crack. Brilliant cut by Connor Estazen. Beats point, a backward point, quite comfortably.
Connor Estazen moves to 72. Surely he's thinking about that big milestone, another 100. And what a way would it cap off his season. He's absolutely been brilliant with the bat this season. Watched him most of his innings. They were with ease, they were precision. Hit the ball very hard, was not afraid to take on the bowlers too.
Tuskers will have their work cut out here. The two top run scorers out there together in the middle. A lot of big runs coming out of the middle order for the Lions via these two batters.
And we did say that if the ball goes to the offside, because the field is further away, or the batting strip is further away from the offside field, you've definitely got a room for 2 runs. And we just saw that between the two that are currently in the crease. Very quick, very agile athletes.
50-run partnership it is. Just 44 deliveries in just 30 minutes. Both these players coming into here with very high averages in this game. Connor Estazen averaging before this game 96.4. Having mass of 300s and 250s. And Delano Pochita as well with averaging 81.66. And with 100 and 250s as well. So these two are really big performers in this 4-day series. Oh, brilliant stroke. Real nice stroke and beats the deep cover quite comfortably at the end. Had to cover a lot of ground to his left-hand side, but couldn't get to the boundary. And a brilliant boundary at the end of it. Really good timing there by Connor Estazen.
Brilliant stroke indeed. Connor Estazen edges much closer to that milestone. Moves on to 78. 22 more runs. Only one batsman did not have a good start. That is opener Josh Richards. Anyone that has come in after him have gotten to 50 and beyond.
Again, another partnership here by the Lions, Tuskers haven't been able to pick up back-to-back wickets. Every single time a wicket has fallen, a partnership has been built by the Lions, which makes it so difficult to get through a batting lineup, in particular a very strong batting lineup by the Lions. 200s already in this innings, 98, 89. So it's come off with 200s and 350s so far. So it's some tough going for this Tuskers team. They've huffed and puffed and tried everything, and nothing has worked out for them, unfortunately.
But then what do you then do at this point in time? Do you just wait for the Lions to declare?
What more can you really do besides waiting for them to declare? It's just, I know it's a negative mindset, but it will be very difficult to get wickets from it. Even a wicket won't change the complexion of what's happening right now. The Lions will remain in control. It's just a matter of them just waiting for Lions to declare now. I'm sure the Lions will just do everything just to frustrate them and just play that mental game now.
You need to just continue with the mental game. They've already won.
Long half volley, a freebie for a man in good touch and good form. Delano Poketa picks that gap through the covers for 4. Beats 2 fielders that are covering deep.
Great shot from Delano Potgieter. He just needed to time the ball and put it in an open space. And that's what he did. With precision, with timing, was able to pick his field.
Yeah, it was a really loose stroke there by Kakisarapulana. A hit me ball. And Delano Poketa climbed onto it quite nicely. Fielder in the covers. Sean Whitehead did everything to try to cover that, but it was timed really well. So it brings us to the end of the 107th over. 536 for 5 now are the Lions. Still, Mammoth 59 overs remaining in this day of play. Wonder how much will the Lions give themselves to bowl at the Tuskers.
Probably they're thinking, yesterday we were able to bowl them in 22 overs, so 30 overs should be enough.
I'm sure the Tuskers would want to hear that.
Surely Tuskers wouldn't want to hear such. For the longest time in cricket, I mean, it was a very clinical bowling display by Vian Moulder. Still in awe of the displays that he's shown with bat and ball in the last 2 days.
I think he's definitely man of the match without a doubt. Vian Moulder, brilliant performance with bat in hand and ball in hand, even more special. Goes big, does Connor Estason, goes all the way. A huge 6 by Connor Estason, goes down on one knee and batters it all the way along to the grandstands.
The quicker it comes, the quicker it goes to the boundary. Connor Estason just going down on one knee and just showing his class and elegance as a batsman.
Just about to say, as this over started, that Connor Estason will be very comfortable hitting, going down on one knee and targeting that leg side boundary. The leg side boundary is very short. It's an easy 6 there on the leg side for Connor Estason. The ball's turning into him. So easy hit. Chance to go again. Looks to go big. Back-to-back 6s it is. What a stroke. What an inning so far by Connor Estason. He's on 85 of 55 deliveries. A destructive performance from the leading run scorer. He's continuing where he left off on the SA20.
Yeah, Connor Estason just there, just showing that he is on top of his game. It's very a very destructive innings. This one, every time I've managed to see him, especially at the Wanderers, he's gone on to do very well.
Tries to go for a third one, but still gets the gap, but this time around gets a four. What an over this is turning out to be for Connor Easthuizen. Might just get his 100 in this over. He's looking for his fourth. He's very destructive at this point. Gets into his 90s.
It's 552 for the Lions in 68 minutes, 64 fours, and there we go. It's another biggie, and that's 100 up for Connor Easthuizen, a man that just walked in 40 minutes just before tea, but just before our lunch break, and he has done very well. He needed just another 35 minutes or 40 minutes after lunch, and he goes to his fourth century there. Beautiful innings.
Might be the declaration. Could see it was a matter of time the way the Lions were going about their business, and it seems like they have declared on the stroke of the 100 of Connor Easthuizen. What a performance from Connor Easthuizen. His fourth 100 of this 4-day series. They end on 558 for 5 to the Lions.
Lions will definitely have their tail up. They've put on the runs, and just looking at the scorecard, beautiful figures indeed. Dom Hendricks scored 115 of 170 yesterday. Zuba Hamza 98 of 1556 balls. Wandile Makwetu this morning, unfortunate not to get to 100, 89 of 98 balls. Vian Moulder scored 115 of 111. Connor Easthuizen getting to his milestone 100, fourth century of 58 balls. That is, and Dilano Potgieter contributing 28 of 27 balls. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with a change of innings, with the Lions having declared on 558 for 5. leading wicket takers at the start of the season. And you can tell with his tail up, just coming from the Colette Drive end, he wants to give it a go.
He'll have lots of energy. Been sitting in the change room for all yesterday afternoon and half the day today.
Surely has it easy. Didn't really have to toil in the sun yesterday. Only was in the field for 22.5 overs. And then has been in the change room, like you said, with his feet up and watched his fellow teammates, the batsmen, do the talking with the bat. So he now needs to do the talking with the ball.
And the Tuskers start this innings a massive 495 runs behind.
Luther Simpamla also just picking up there, just cleaning up. You know, when you've put on the runs on the board and your bowlers constantly hitting the right areas and your fielders back you up with good fielding, life becomes much easier. Great shout. Great shout indeed. Those plenty of interest may have been a bit higher. Also bowling from around the wicket was definitely worth a shout there.
Definitely struck outside the line of stump as well.
Good eyesight there, Ken. Being able just to spot the ball, having pitched outside the off stump. Cody Yusuf just rushing the batsman there. Malcolm Knopfel not giving him room to breathe. Quickly bowling.
That Lions total of 558 for 5 declared, by the way, is the second highest 4-day score ever at the Wanderers.
Another shout. Empire says not out. Definitely an interesting over. No runs scored. A good start for Cody Yusuf. Just putting in the pressure and just making things very uncomfortable for the batting side, especially in this heat.
That one was a bit straighter, as you saw from the replay there. I think what saved Nofar was that he came down the pitch a little bit. He'd shuffled out of his crease. And so there would have been a certain amount of guesswork for umpire Stephen Harris. Luto Sapamla. I know Vian Moulder stole the limelight with that incredible 7 for 6 in the first innings. But I felt Cody Yusuf and Luto Sapamla set the tone really well with the new ball before that.
I think it's quite important when your opening pair to set the tone, put the batting side under pressure. Whoever comes in just cleans up and does a very clinical job. It becomes definitely team effort. How close was that? How close was that? A beautiful delivery, first delivery by Luto Simpamla. Also coming around the wicket to the left-hander, Ben Compton. Still shaken after yesterday's display, the entire team. They'll want to do better.
Compton just taking his guard again. So that record I was talking about, the Lions making 558 for 5. There's only been one bigger 4-day score here at the Wanderers, which was the 567 for 9 declared, which the Dolphins made against the Lions in 2011-12. Prior to today, the top 3 scores were all against the Lions. So they'll be glad to have snuck in there with one of their own.
Yeah, had we given the signal to say you just need 12 more runs, surely they would have gone on to 570. Great innings, by the way, by the Lions for their 558, having lost just the 5 wickets. Great batting from the batsmen. Everyone contributed except for Josh Richards. Unfortunately for him, getting out for 5. But everyone else got into the double figures and got into good figures for the team.
Shame, poor old Josh Richards. There always seems to be one guy who misses out, one batter who misses out when there's a huge total. But it will take a hell of an effort by the Tuskers to make the Lions bat again. So Josh Richards will be hoping he can save his big runs for the final next week. The Lions must be odds-on favourites now to qualify for that final.
Definitely, he'll probably tell them, I'm saving the best for last. A bit of shape by Luto Sipamla, swinging away from the batsman. As you can see, he then walks down and does a bit of gardening. We spoke about the gardening. Is it in the mind? Are there little demons in the pitch that he's trying to get rid of?
Occasionally the ball does dislodge like a little piece of turf or piece of grass, and you maybe do need to just pat it down a bit, create a more even surface.
Very good delivery to end the over. Second over, still scoreless, still wicketless. Lutos Pamla, Cody Yusuf. Very good start by the bowlers, the opening pair of the Lions. The pressure now moves back to the batsmen. You haven't hit or scored a run in 2 overs, and you're facing a deficit of 495 runs. You need to get it over and get over the runs. You need to get to 495 and then get over and try and set a target. Looks like a very, very tall order for the Tuskers.
Well, it would require a monumental effort just to make the Lions bat again, to be fair. But a chance for batters just to bat, yeah, for the Tuskers. There's no time pressure. Just really value your wicket.
That took off. That was quick. It was ferocious. Nofal managing just to get under it. Cody Yusuf does have that element of surprise where he skids off and just surprises you as a batsman.
Yeah, he's not the tallest fast bowler. So when they do bowl a bouncer, and he's slippery as Cody Yusuf, he's got genuine pace. It is awkward to play.
That will be the first runs for the afternoon for the Tuskers. Goes to the boundary. Malcolm Nofal just playing the ball and making sure that it gets to the boundary. Wasn't really a bad ball, but there's plenty of space on the offside. You've got a 6-4 field where you've got 5 fielders between slip and the gully and an open cover. Very interesting there. There's Josh Richards under the helmet for anything that flies off the hip.
It's an interesting position. He's certainly not in a standard short leg position. He's in a sort of short backward square leg. Definitely a catching position though. And that previous delivery not far away from going to him.
Once again, airborne. As you can see, Josh Richards clutching the back of his head. Ball ends up at Twandile Makwetu, who is just on the right-hand side of mid-wicket, or should I say the square leg empire.
Cody Yusuf bowling to a definite plan here. Some sharp in-swing into the left hand and bounce.
There will be 4 more in between fifth slip and the gully. There's nothing wrong. The Lions need to just take their chances, but also good runs for the batsmen.
Yeah, that one just went straight on and started too wide from Cody Yusuf anyway. You can kind of see what he was thinking, maybe, the batter expecting another delivery to come back into him and be a bit back of a length. Just going a bit fuller and wider, trying to get the drive edge to the slips.
Not sure what happened there. I don't think the batsman is comfortable from what I've observed in the last 3 overs. 8 without loss for the Tuskers. Nofal and Compton yet to get off the mark.
So we believe that with the Lions having scored so many runs in their 100 overs, that the Northwest Dragons can no longer make the final if the Lions win this game.
Well, the Lions have 2.5 days, or 2 days and 2 sessions left. So it is possible.
The Dragons are playing ball down pile, and they batted really well in their first innings. 434 all out, with Dion Forrester making 123 not out. Ball hunt at the moment are 27 without loss.
Just a little tickle there. Got the Lions players interested. A half-hearted appeal from the bowler and the keeper. Not too convinced. Empire just looks the other way. Empire's totally not interested. Ben Compton doesn't look like a person that's confident.
Down the road from Paul at Newlands, Western Province made 241.
Beautiful delivery there. Lutosi Pamla. Making it uneasy and unbearable for the batsman. Bowling in the right channel, putting the ball in the right place. Batsman not knowing whether to go forward or rock to the back.
Well, it's a strong point of Lutosi Pamla's bowling. To left-handers coming around the wicket. He's got the ability to angle it into the left-hander and then just straighten it away, as he did with that delivery.
But we were there. Lutosi Pamla has come back very strongly, especially this season. You know, there was a period where we're not sure what was really going on. It's as if he was going through a lull as a bowler. But this year he's picked himself up and is back bowling very well. He's in contention for the Proteas once again.
Just to complete the scores from Newlands, Western Province 241 all out, and the Titans struggling a bit at the moment, 169 for 5.
Beautiful delivery once again. Lutosi Pamla, what a display of bowling from the golf course end. Beaten all ends up. The batsmen keep gardening.
Well, it's just quality bowling. Very difficult to play this for the left-hander. Because of the angle of delivery around the wicket, you feel you have to play. Everything tells you it's angling in towards the stumps. And then it just straightens off the deck. And if you're lucky, misses your outside edge.
Very well defended by Compton there. Also good delivery by Lutosi Pamla. So far, everything going very well for the Lions. End of the 4th over. It's 8 without loss. You've had Yusuf and Sipamla bowling. Sipamla yet to concede in his 2 overs. He's bowled 2 beautiful maidens.
So we spoke about how the DP World Lions have moved above the Northwest Dragons into 2nd in the standings. The first place team is the Warriors from Eastern Province, and they're doing very nicely at Kingsmead and Durban. Scored 380 batting first, and have now reduced the Dolphins to 137 for 5. 3 wickets for Gideon Peters.
Warriors also getting to the finals of the T20, and now they're in contention for a final. Robin Peterson there, just doing very well with the team. Having also gone through just a dry period and everything coming up to the Highveld, he's now just raising the name of the Easterns or the Warriors to say, guys, this is the home of cricket for many.
Well, they won the T20 Challenge, which I think could be a bit of a breakthrough win for the Warriors, because they've contended strongly over the last few seasons, only to fall away right at the death.
One-handed stroke. Ball is tidied up at deep mid square. Talking about the home of cricket, which franchise would you then say has the most talent? I know it's a very daunting question, a very tough ask from me to you, Ken.
Oh, you're going to get me in terrible trouble. Bali?
Very good stop there.
Look, I think the Eastern Cape has, for a long time, been the sort of grassroots nursery of our game, especially in terms of black cricket. Can't deny how many players come from that area. Very good players too. And so it's great to see teams from that area do well. Obviously, Sunrisers, Eastern Cape and the SA20 have been magnificent. And the Warriors have been very consistent, and this season finally getting over the line to win a trophy. The Western Cape, a lot of talent as well in those areas.
Just rolled his hands, goes for 4, beautiful shot by Ben Compton, getting the hang of it, getting into his groove.
And then there are a lot of, very good schools up on the Highveld. You think of your St. Stithians, St. David's, Moothee in Johannesburg. You've got Pretoria Boys High, Cornwall Hill in the Titans territory, Waterkloof. And of course, Durban produces a lot of Durban and Pietermaritzburg, where the Tuskers are from, produce a lot of good cricketers as well.
There's plenty of cricketers to go around in the country. That's the most important thing. I just like how Cody Yusuf just skids as soon as the ball pitches and just makes the batsman just to rock back a bit. It just doesn't make it easy for one to come forward.
Exactly right, Mbali. Cody Yusuf has been a really integral part of the Lions' success over the last few years, and good to see him be rewarded with a test debut last year. Luto Sapamno, of course, also makes sporadic appearances for the Proteas. I think he'd play more if it weren't for the presence of Lungi and Gidi. They're similar sort of bowlers, both high-quality performers.
Yeah. Sipamla just continuing where he left off. You speak about him being the alternative of Lungi. You're definitely correct there. Lungi doing very well right now. So he'll have to wait for his turn.
Nice to have such quality bowlers as Sapamla, Cody Yusuf waiting in the wings. Otniel Bartman, also not with the current Proteas.
Flies off a third and fourth slip. There are definitely chances being created, but we're still waiting for one to fly or be caught. Lions aren't too really worried about that. They are creating the chances. It's only a matter of time before one clings on or is clung on to.
Gerald Kutsia, another one who has played for South Africa before, currently trying to get back into the squad.
Definitely plenty of talent that we are not even have forgotten about, that is just waiting on the wing, on the sidelines, just, don the green and gold.
Glenton Stearman, another pace bowler who's been on the fringes of the national team.
Spoke about that vacant area on the offside. If you push the ball there, you've definitely got to run. How fortunate was the batsman there, Malcolm Norfal. As you can see, the players have clung on to the back of their heads just to say, we needed that break. But luck was on the batsman's side this time.
We've seen a couple of deliveries today, bowled from the golf course end that have bounced quite steeply. And that one did so as well. Luto Sapamla, a tall guy. He can obviously get that bounce and no foul. That was pretty close to being played onto his stumps.
Great shot there. Great cover drive from Malcolm Nofal, who's gaining in confidence. End of the over. It is 25 without loss after 6 overs. Nofal on 18 and Compton on 7 runs. The run rate so far achieved is 4.2. Still about 50 overs left in today's play. So there's plenty of cricket here left at the DP World Wanderers.
Ben Compton on strike. He's on 7. Compton, a name which I guess maybe older cricket fans will recognise. Ben Compton is the grandson of the great Dennis Compton, one of England's all-time greatest batsmen. South African born, though, Ben Compton. Father Patrick is one of the country's leading cricket journalists. Played for Natal in board cricket back in the day as well, as did his brother Richard, and Richard's son Nick played for England. But Ben Compton has been a bit of a late developer in terms of first-class cricket. Was very much a journeyman until Kent gave him a chance in county cricket. And in the last 3 seasons or so, he's absolutely flourished. Made bags of runs, averages 46 in first-class cricket.
More runs on the leg side.
And some would say, because he's been one of the leading run scorers in the last 3 seasons in county cricket, that if England were looking for, in inverted commas, a proper opening batsman, not a baseballer, someone who can defend and grind things out, Ben Compton is in the picture.
Well, they make a very good argument, but with the English, right now they play baseball, not cricket.
How many games of cricket do they win, though? That's the important thing.
Well, with the recent series in Australia, I think the game was exposed, that baseball always doesn't work out. The Australians figured baseball, and they played almost a similar game, and they beat them at it.
Yep, if there was one surefire way to play cricket and win cricket games, everyone would do it. Everyone would have been doing it for a while now. Cricket's been around for a long time. Yeah, your strategy, your tactics have to match the conditions and the game situation as well.
Yeah, just to even name it baseball. Maybe they were very comfortable when playing that form of cricket.
To be fair, Brendan McCullum hates that name. His nickname is Baz. That's where it came from, as they get a couple of runs through point. The term baseball was coined by an English journalist by the name of Andrew Miller. Quickly caught on. And as often happens in England, the very media who praised and knelt down at the altar of baseball for a couple of years are now tearing it to bits.
Very good bouncer. That is one for the over. It is also the end of the over. 7th over, and it will be a time for change. Homba and Kamba will be coming in for the next 40 minutes before tea.
We'll have Luto Sipamla to continue for his fourth over.
Oh, through the slips. Or a 4.
Really good delivery there by Luto Sipamla. Nice way to start his fourth over, beating the outside edge, just dropping short of that first slip. His reaction suggests it might have been a drop catch. Not too sure if they carried.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Lutus Pamela is not playing around. He's gunning for it, and he's hungry for it.
Absolutely right, Tomba. He's bowling with some really good energy here in this fourth.
Oh, yet again, gone for 4, through the slips, but we're getting closer.
You suggest they might have been closer.
No, we're getting closer. We're definitely getting closer.
Yeah, really good delivery again. Almost a copy and paste. Just like a replay of the first one. Outside edge, job short of the third slip. Lutus Pamela knocking on the door quite nicely now. He's into a really good rhythm. Ben Compton struggling to read him. Real mind games now.
Maybe a third time's a lucky one.
See how this one goes. A lot of encouragement he's getting from his teammates as well.
The field is definitely alive. An appeal denied. Lutus Pamela is ripping through them.
Yeah, he's into a really good rhythm. Lutus Pamela has had 3 close shouts. This one is the third one. Not lucky this time. Wraps him on the pads. But maybe sliding down leg.
Well, with an energy like that on the field, I can tell you one thing. The batsman's definitely feeling the pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. You mentioned a lot of energy here in the field. And that does play a lot of mind games for the batsman, especially when there's a lot of noise around you. It's hard to stay focused, especially when the man coming in like this, Lutus Pamela, in really good rhythm.
Another good delivery by Lutus Pamela. Lots of encouragement from the field.
4 in a row. Hitting his areas, hitting his zone is Lutus Pamela. Something's got to give here in this over.
Well, we'll see with the 5th delivery. And I've got a feeling that something good's on the way.
See how that goes. Said the third one might be the lucky charm. Didn't work out for him. The 4th didn't work out as well. He's coming for his 5th now.
Another good delivery by Lutus Pamela.
Yeah, good delivery, but Ben Compton up to the toss in that time. Manages to get a single, which is very important for him to be able to share the pressure. You mentioned that there's a lot of pressure right now, a lot of noise around him. When in that situation as a batter with a bowler in good rhythm like this, you don't want him to stay on one end and face so many balls. You want to be able to share it with your partner, that's why it's called a batting partnership. They've bettered their first innings partnership. They were about 15 runs I think they got in their first innings as a partnership. Now they're on 40 of just 7.5 overs.
North already holding his own.
Norfolk is definitely holding his own here in this over. Well, rather Ben Compton barely surviving on those first 4 deliveries, and Norfolk there held his own in that last delivery to keep out this brilliant over of Lutus Pamela. Does bring us to the end of the 8th over. It is 40 for no wickets lost. I'll tell you one thing. They were dismissed for 68 or 63 all out, giving them extra runs there. 63 all out, if I'm not mistaken. And that first innings were the Tuskers. And they're itching closer to their first inning total, looking a lot like a different side now. I'm sure the changing room will be very happy with the second innings performance.
Look, being dismissed for such a score, I'm sure the team is really trying hard. 40 for no wicket. It seems like really it is a different team that is out there now.
I tell you what, it is different batting conditions. A lot, much better to bat now this time of the day, middle session, going towards tea. It won't get easier in the later in the afternoon, but much better time to be out here batting rather than early in the morning, first day.
An aggressive bowl by Moulder. Well defended by Norfolk.
Yeah, I just knocked that one down to fine leg. As they thought maybe they'll be done with the first two guys coming in, first bowlers, opening bowlers. Then you get Vian Moulder, the star of the first innings, that ripped apart the batting lineup of the Tuskers, picked up 7 wickets for just 6 runs or just 6.5 overs. He'll have his tail up. He'll be very confident. And I'll tell you what, Tuskers will be very, very wary of him. He'll be steaming in now.
Oh, beautiful delivery by Moulder. And again, well defended by Ben Compton, really holding his own there.
Yeah, you have to be sure with his defense. There's Ben Compton. Have to do everything to keep him out. Moulder does have that ball that can nip back in and wrap your pads. How he picked up the wicket of Norfolk in the first innings. Or Ben Compton, if I'm stand to be corrected. But wayward there.
Bit away with there. But Moulder's really throwing in the pace now.
Did take a bit of time in the first innings to warm up. I think about over. I'd say it's a bit of time. Got his 7 wickets in just 6.5 overs. Took that first over to get himself in to rhythm. Won't take him too long here. He'll be a confident man coming off 100.
Another good delivery by Moulder. I wanted to ask you, what other things do you think the Tuckers are doing differently this time around, given that they've got 41 for no wickets?
I think they've applied themselves a bit more this time around. If you looked at their first innings, in particular their first 4 wickets they had lost, they were more so in terms of loose strokes that they had played. And this time there's more application in their batting. Yes, Ben Compton did apply himself in the first innings, as well as...
Lovely and put away. Well fielded.
As well as Norfolk. They both scored 10 runs apiece in that first innings where they spent a lot of time together, but were unfortunately dismissed with soft dismissals. I think that'll be very important, and provided the conditions were not as easy as they are right now, easier now. So certainly for them, they'll be happier with the start they've had now, and they spent about 9 overs now.
An incredibly efficient over by Moulder. Only scoring 1 run.
Tidy over indeed. That brings us to the end of the 9th over. It is 41 for no wickets lost. A lot of 4-day stuff happening around the country. A lot of teams vying for that top spot. Already, the Lions have pushed themselves up to the 2nd position now in this game. Already pushed themselves up to the 2nd position now in this 4-day series. Getting a few bonus points already, batting and bowling. Good start again by Luta Sepamla. He's on a roll right now, Lutas Pamela.
No, he really is on a roll at the moment. His spell's looking quite tidy.
Tidy indeed, and you'll want to continue in the same fashion and apply that pressure onto Malcolm Norfolk and Ben Compton. Really good stroke. Shows the full face of the bat. Does Norfolk. Straight down the ground. Beats mid off quite nicely. And earns himself a 4.
Well, it's good work from Norfolk. Putting it down, gone for 4.
Nice positive cricket here being shown by Malcolm Norfolk. Can't allow Lutas Pamela to get on top here. Has to stay positive, irrespective of the good spell he's in. Still got the 3 slips in the gully, eagerly waiting. A nice follow-up delivery there by Lutas Pamela. You can see there's also a bit of a slight fielding change. If you look closely there in the slip cordon, I'm sure you'll see shortly if the camera does move around to that side. The third slip has moved a bit closer and has put a helmet on due to those 2 deliveries that didn't carry in the previous over. I think you called those previously, those ones.
Maybe he intends to repeat exactly what he did in his previous over.
Certainly, without a doubt. And if he does repeat the dose, could carry to that slip field. They might come to him quickly, though. 2 fell short there. To Hamza is the man under the helmet. The third slip. Very close as Hamza. To be a very difficult chance to grab. If it does come to him again.
Well, in the very least, Hamza is prepared to do so. He's placed in the right position.
Oh, brilliant fielding effort. Really good fielding effort there on square leg, short square leg. Delana Pochita there at square leg. No, sorry. It was Wandile Makwetu at square leg there with a diving effort.
So Pamela is definitely on a roll at the moment. For the over, he's only gone for 4.
Showing a bit of discomfort. He's holding on his groin there as he might be off screen from you at the moment, but he's walking off. He won't be able to finish his over. That will be a concern for the Lions earlier on here in the second innings. It's a top gun bowler for them, and the last thing you want to see your leading taker, your leading bowler, to be walking off with a groin injury. Those are never nice to see, especially early on. And also it hasn't been looking easier for them in terms of picking up wickets right now.
Given the playing conditions, the heat, injuries are definitely prone.
So you'd know that as a little bio, you know?
It's a biokineticist.
What does he do from here? And what's your thoughts on when he comes into the changing room? What do you do to him? What do you suggest? Stretching? Is it having his electrolytes? What's the suggestion?
Definitely electrolytes, followed by an ice bath. Immediately after that, heat packs.
No massages, anything? Or stretches? It is in the groin area, to be fair. So.
Ideally, we have to get the swelling down, and then anything from that is just recovery based.
Okay, you heard it from the expert. So Lutas Pamela will take your advice if he does get to listen to that. Not too sure if he'll be watching anything over his injury. Does bring Bjorn Fontaine to finish his over. 1 delivery left in this over. Lucas Palma, unfortunately, is a man that is, in previous years, has struggled with injuries, and that's hampered his international career at times as well. It's a bit unfortunate to see him as well come off rather, with an injury. We won't be happy with that. He'll be probably very disappointed. He would have loved to make an impact and pick up early wickets for his team. He was only 4 overs in to his spell, and unfortunately he has to come off. Is Lucas Palma, or rather it was in his 5th with 1 delivery left. We just only hope that it's just a slight niggle. Nothing too worried about. Maybe he's been spending a lot of time sitting down and didn't maybe stretch properly. So hopefully he can recover from that very quickly. Clips the leg side.
Lovely flick of the wrist.
See, you were in Centurion a few days ago, doing a few interviews on boundary line, and got to hang on a few spectators. But look out here at the Wanderers, not many people are out here, and it seems like you got quite a few on that day. Have you thought of interviewing any people here this week, Bamba?
Not many at all here. I do start to see a few coming in. Maybe friends and family, but definitely it's in our best interest to take the walk and ask a couple of questions.
Yeah, I'm sure it'd be nice for you to, just before the end of the day, to take a stroll on that far, I think it's the east stand, to have a chat with some spectators that come out to watch maybe their families play out here, show support. Not many to interview, but it's quite a few to chat to, around about 10 maybe, if I'm not mistaken, along that shady side there. A nice delivery again by Moulder, nipping it back in. Strong delivery of his that can move with both sides to the left and right hander. In that case, it was the one that nipped back into the left-handed batsman of Norfolk.
And Compton coming closer to that 50-run partnership.
Really coming close. You're absolutely correct. They're coming close to the 50-run partnership. Only 3 runs away now. Something that they would have targeted coming into this innings. Something that they couldn't do in the first innings were the Tuskers in terms of building partnerships. They certainly struggled doing that in that first innings. Weren't able to string along any partnerships of any nature. This is probably the biggest partnership of the game. Clips it around the corner. There's Compton, only for a single though. Takes that partnership up to 48. A much needed one for the Tuskers. Was been a tough, I think, 4 sessions for them. First session absolutely were battered, bowled out yesterday. Second one was a hard toil where they brought about a big partnership between Hamza and the captain, Dominic Hendricks, Lions, and the last session as always, where they got a bit of rewards, where they managed to pick up some wickets. But still, certainly they lost all 3 sessions, and this morning as well. That's the end of the 11th over. It is 48 for no wickets lost.
Well, the Tuskers are definitely redeeming themselves in terms of partnerships. Got Norfolk on 27 and Ben Compton on 19. Looking much better than they have previously.
Certainly agree. They're looking more competent, and they've applied themselves a lot more. Have the Tuskers. They'll be really proud of how they've gone about their business so far. As I've mentioned, it's a perfect time to bat at this time of the day. And also on day 2, pitch is flattened out. Not much more life that there was in the first day in the early morning, first session. Quick single taken. Might be pushing for 2. Yes, they do. And that will bring up their 50 partnership between Malcolm Norfolk and Ben Compton. Really good partnership that.
I'm absolutely loving the mindset of the Tuskers right now. They're doing absolutely incredible in terms of holding their own, not just giving in.
Certainly agree with you there. They've really held their own here. The Tuskers, 50 partnership that is. Drops around the corner. Does Ben Compton. Takes a single. Real change in tempo. And that partnership also has come in no time. And 67 deliveries. Rotated the strike really well. Left well in this innings. Looked like a different side now, especially this opening pair. Something would have been really important for them here coming into the second innings. They were absolutely blown away there in the first day. I'm sure the batting coach will be proud of the start they've had so far. Again, a single. Rotation of strike. Very important in this partnership so far.
Definitely a much calmer looking partnership. They are more at ease.
It's also good to see Bjorn Fontaine back on the field. He came off very early yesterday morning. I don't know if he might have pulled a hammy. He was chasing a ball through the covers and was hit by this man on strike, Ben Compton. He ran hard and he was pulled off quite early. Good to see him now out here bowling. Also been nice to see his bowling spinning partner as well in Ngabapita, who didn't get to bowl in that first innings. Both of them didn't get to bowl, so I'm sure he'll have a crack as well in this second innings. Oh, that one is awfully close to that short leg there. Just passes him. Brings us to the end of the 12th over. It is 52 for no wickets lost now. Tuskers continuing to fight here in this game. Still a lot of time and still a lot of overs still to go today. Still 44 overs remaining in the day's play. So there's still plenty of time to bat here for the Tuskers and spend time out there in the crease that they weren't able to spend in that first innings. But wayward from Vian Moulder, clipped down on the leg side on fine leg boundary by Malcolm Norfolk and earns him a boundary. Not a really good start here by Vian Moulder so far.
Easily just placed there. Gone for 4.
Yeah, it was any delivery on the legs is usually easy to pick. Not really good delivery. Just look half of the man he was in the first innings beyond Moulder. Maybe a bit harsh to say, but he was absolutely brilliant in that first innings. Accurate in most of his deliveries. He just hasn't really found his accuracy yet. Yes, he hasn't conceded much runs, and in terms of deliveries that are threatening, he's probably bowled 2 or 3 here in his spell of his 3 overs that he's bowled, or in his third now. He want to get back to where he was in that first innings and be threatening again at the inside edge and that outside edge as well.
may just have some grace for him. He's definitely done a lot of hard lifting when it came to the bat and with the ball.
Fair. He had a brilliant innings. Scoring 115 was Moulder. He's done a lot of work here for his team to get them into this position where they're leading by 439 runs at the moment. Still in a very comfortable position on the Lions. Still in full control of this game. Much better line. That's where he was majority of his first innings. In and around that off stump. Threatened the inside edge and outside edge of that bat. Back to his zones. Normal service resumes.
And knowing how their first innings went, I'm quite certain that they're quite hungry for just a wicket.
Sure, the chat would have been to get maybe 1 or 2 wickets here before that tea break. We're edging closer to that tea break now, aren't we? We're 10 minutes away from that tea break. I want to grab 1 scalp at least. Still very threatening are the Lions. The surface is not hasn't played the same at all, to be fair, than what it did in that first innings. Out there this morning and we saw that heavy roller was put on. It does usually flatten out the pitch, but makes it easier for batting, to be fair.
Massive appeal and denied. Well, it doesn't stop the Lions. Incredibly aggressive in their bowling attack.
They denied indeed. Rightfully so though. Absolutely sliding down leg there. Oh, maybe might be closer than I expected. Maybe a bit of height on that. Maybe Moulder got a bit of extra bounce on that. That's maybe the judgment from the umpire. Let's have a look at that again. Wow, that's really close. Maybe just clipping leg stump when I look at it again. Was there a huge appeal from Moulder? The pleasure of seeing it again. Oh, gets closer and closer. I see it. Did you manage to maybe watch some of the SA20 over the December-January period, or were you not able to get into any matches? Huge appeal of an inside edge, and Bjorn Fontaine gets the breakthrough, and rightfully so. The umpire points his finger out. Bongani Jele. So that one has grabbed the inside edge of the bat. Let's have a look at that again. Really good reactions at short leg. Really good take there. That was Joshua Richards at short leg with a brilliant take. How about that, Omba?
Finally, that wicket that they've been looking for. Taken, and quite easily so.
Those ones come there quickly, don't they?
Oh, would you look at that? It's the reaction time that really, really impresses me.
The reaction time was brilliant. And usually those take some time for you to pick up when you're standing in that position, because the batsman is almost, their back is facing you. And it's all about reactions. As soon as you see the ball, you have to be quick on your feet. And that one wasn't even easy. It went away from him. And he had to be a diving effort from Joshua Richards. And took a brilliant grab at the end to dismiss Ben Compton, who showed some real fight of 22 runs of just 39 deliveries. You know, in comparison to how they were dismissed in the first innings, were the Tuskers. I wouldn't mind that type of dismissal. A good delivery, hits the inside edge of the bat, and a good take at the end of it. I wouldn't say it was soft in comparison to what we saw in that first inning in terms of soft dismissals. Well earned wicket by the Lions.
6 for 1 at the moment. And when we reference back to that first innings, wow, completely changed as a team.
Certainly they were actually a few runs away from their first inning total. So this is a much better batting effort so far by the Tuskers. Yes, they've lost their first week. They would have loved for this partnership to continue on and soldier on. And something that now might be in here for the game is the pitch might have dried up a bit more over the last day or so. And it might allow for more spin and more turn, which might get into play. Bjorn Fontaine, who has picked up a wicket, and also a man who hasn't bowled is from East London, our hometown boy, Ngaba Peter, who will be itching to get his shot at getting a turn and spin here on this pitch. Hudson boy is.
Speaking of Hudson boys, aren't you from East London as well?
Certainly. Played a bit of cricket against Ngaba Peter during my high school days as well. Oh, almost another opportunity to the short leg fielder. Could have been 2 back-to-back catches for Joshua Richards. Just past those big mitts. Have a look at that. Forward short leg as well now. Pressure's really on. Kagiso Rupolan just walked to the crease. And 2 men under his nose. Pressure's on. This Lions side got a really strong side. First innings, they had the big threat of their seamers who did all the job, the most of the job of the first innings. And then now they've got the option of bringing the likes of Bjorn Fontaine and still waiting in the wings as Ngaba Peter. He's also had his fair share of opportunities in the Proteas setup. He's also really growing stronger and stronger in his role as an international player, also as a 4-day cricketer, still learning his craft in this format. Known for more his shorter format abilities is Ngaba Peter, but he'll certainly want to raise his hand as he continues to grow here in this 4-day format and potentially maybe put his hand up in the years to come for the Proteas.
Bjorn Fontaine's having an incredible over. Only 1 run.
Interesting how he actually came on. Came on as an injury replacement in terms of the bowling change that took place for Luta Sipamla on his last delivery of Luta Sipamla's 5th over that he couldn't finish. And guess what? He's picked up a wicket. Has Bjorn Fontaine. Does have a golden arm as Bjorn Fontaine and does really bowl. Good left arm spin. A wicket to wicket bowler. It's not easy to get away. Very, very consistent as Bjorn Fontaine. And guess what? On the other end, Kagiso Rupolan has to face Vian Moulder. They have the work cut out here. Still 3 hungry slip fielders. And a gully. Rupalani looked good in that first inning, Zamba. He was very positive, played positive strokes, and was very strong on the back foot. Played about 2 back foot punches that got rewards for. He ended up getting 2 boundaries for that. Unfortunately, was dismissed softly at the end. It'd be nice to see him apply himself again.
Rather unlucky dismissal.
Yeah, he was very busy and moved around and rotated the strike quite nicely. He was very positive in his action, the way he batted. Very much like a stature of Timber Bavuma. What's always a number 11 of Timber Bavuma? Same height, same size. Sure, if you didn't know, if you didn't have his name on his back, you'd guess maybe he might be Timber Bavuma because they look very similar in stature.
No, you are quite right there. Easily mistaken for Temba Bavuma if you're not too well clued up on him. But they do have a difference in the batting styles. Well struck there. Right to a fielder.
You could say it's well struck. But I think it's one of those deliveries you can maybe possibly leave, especially when you're still looking to build an innings and you are 437 runs behind. The last thing you want is getting an outside edge of that delivery where it really doesn't threaten you or your stumps or your pads. Just gotta leave that one. Been a beautiful day so far, yeah. Like really good conditions. We spoke about it this morning off air, how we thought that maybe it's a bit cooler today, and you had a bit of sympathy for the fielders out there, saying that maybe a nicer day to be out there in the field. I don't think it's been any different to the past couple of days we've experienced in Johannesburg.
I don't know. I think there's a little bit of a difference. Slight breeze. And some cloud coverage. And it's slightly, ever so slightly, a little bit cooler.
I think you'd have to find out from the players on the field if they agree with you that if it is a bit cooler today or not. It certainly feels hot here in the commentary box. I don't think it would be any cooler out there in the field. There's no air cons there. It's just the sun directly baking on top of your head.
Regardless, they're cooking today or tomorrow.
Nice delivery. Coming around the wicket is Moulder now. On the stroke of tee. Gets it inside half of the bat, does Moulder, who had an interesting finish to that session. Much better lines and lengths. A session where we saw a bit of fight back from, or rather the late half of the session. 50-run stand between Malcolm Norfolk and Ben Compton, who unfortunately Ben Compton was just dismissed about an over ago, but a brilliant delivery by Beyond Fontaine, which was caught quite nicely by Joshua Richards at short leg. But we'll have a short break now with a tea break, and I'm sure there'll be big discussions of applying themselves or the Tuskers going into the last session. A good last session. It will be an interesting one for the Tuskers to see how far they can take it in terms of this day. And as for now, we'll take a short break and we'll see you after the tea break. A warm welcome back to the DP World Wanderers, where it was a continuation of the batting dominance of the Lions, who added a massive 299 runs on their overnight score and eventually declared on 558 and put to bat for their second innings. The Tuskers, they are now 15 overs in to their second innings, only losing one wicket, few runs short from their first inning score, are now on 59 for 1, showing some serious fight now in the second innings. My name is Gamba Nyikana. I'm not alone here in commentary with Ken Borland.
Afternoon, Cumber. Afternoon, viewers. Bjorn Fortuin continues to wheel away from the golf course end. I'm sure he'll bowl a lot in the second innings. And I'm looking forward to Ngaba Peter bowling a lot as well, the leg spinner. It's an ideal situation for him because the runs don't matter that much. He can be attacking and, not worry about conceding the odd boundary here and there. And the young man needs a good long bowl, I think.
Certainly agree, Ken. It's an ideal situation for a young guy like Ngaba Peter, still finding his feet in the 4-day stuff, in the longer format. Hasn't really had much game time here. He's played a lot of T20 stuff for the Proteas and for his club. His franchise, right, I would say. And for him to develop his game and improve his game, this is a perfect time. Very little pressure. He can take his time in terms of finding his areas. Not much pressure on him. And I'm sure he'll be very keen to have his own say here. And I'll be very keen to see how he goes about his business as well. There's a bit of offer on the pitch at the moment. Not a lot of turn, but usually leggers do get a bit more turn than the finger spinners.
And bounce here at the Wanderers. He'll enjoy that.
First runs of the afternoon session. Off the bat of Malcolm Northall, which brings to the end of the 16th over, the end of the first over of the third and final session of the day. It is 60 for 1.
So Ngaba Peter has only played 3 4-day games previously for the DP World Lions. He's done okay, 4 wickets at an average of 35 for a young wrist spinner making his way. Those are perfectly acceptable figures. But I think it really will help his development, even as a white ball bowler, to get a lot of overs behind him, especially in red ball cricket.
He's a serious talent, and I'd love to see more of him. See what he can do here. You can also just find different variations and be able to find ways to set up batsmen in his skill sets. And find ways to just, chop and change different angles. He's got a left and right hand that he's bowling to right now. So it will help him.
Yeah, just on Peter, it's difficult for a young guy trying to hone his game, a leg spinner, especially to do it in T20 cricket when batters are going after you, from the word go. Four-day cricket, at least he can bowl extended spells. Batters aren't going to come out slogging immediately at you. You've got more time to settle, more time to go through your stock ball, get your stock ball nailed down, introduce your variations.
And unfortunately, he's also one of the guys that missed out of the SA20, so he's also been sitting out for some time. So he'll love a lot of overs to bowl here, especially in this type of situation. Oh, brilliant delivery by Vian Moulder. Hits the top of off stump. Continues where he's left off. Didn't have a really good bowling start there before the tea break. And normal service resumes here for Vian Moulder. Brilliant delivery to dismiss Malcolm Norfolk for 34.
Went right through him. Lovely bowling. Malcolm Norfolk trying the big straight drive. And let's see how this got through him. Yeah, just sort of angled in and then nipped off the seam. And excellent delivery from Vian Moulder. Bringing some of that magic of the first morning, which has been a bit absent this afternoon.
Taken up his wicket tally to 8 now in the game. Vian Moulder. He has been absolutely brilliant for the Lions. Really bowling well. Look at his stature. He's not the biggest of guys, not the tallest. But what he can do with ball in hand is really out of this world at times. Moves it in and away from the batters. He's got a real good skill set with him. And also has developed this extra pace now about him, as I mentioned in the first innings. Just so good he's been in the last couple of years. Just really matured in his game. All-round game as a batter. He proved that today as well with scoring 100, 115. Very confident man at the moment. But unfortunate to miss out on that South African squad. Star-studded South African T20 squad. It's hard to get into. But still happy to see him here perform at the highest level.
Well, I've always felt that Vian Moulder had the potential to be a great all-rounder for Lions cricket. In the vein of someone who is still spoken about in hushed tones at the Wanderers. Leader of the Mean Machine, when Transvaal, as they were known then, were probably the strongest domestic team in world cricket. Clive Rice, match winner with bat and ball for Transvaal, with bat number 5. Faster bowler, I'd say, than Vian Moulder. But Moulder's in that sort of vein, I feel. He's a guy who can bat 5 and make hundreds, as he showed today. He can be very useful with the ball as well.
Outside edge and a brilliant take. A third slip. A second wicket for Vian Moulder. He's on a roll now. 9th of the game for Vian Moulder. He's on fire.
Superb catch, diving in front of second slip. But yeah, that's Vian Moulder for you. When things do start going his way, back of a length and Mokhakani just prodding at it. Not the most convincing stroke. And 2 wickets in the over for Vian Moulder. Just what the Lions needed after that hard-working session before tea when they could only take 1 wicket. That's a very good grab because I have a feeling it might have died on second slip. Might not have got there.
Trying to figure out who was the catcher there at the third slip position. Brilliant take nevertheless. Let's have a look at that again.
I think maybe Josh Richards has moved from short leg.
Absolutely right, Ken. Still got the pads on. Josh Richards had a brilliant take just before the end of that lunch period of the bowling of Bjorn Fontaine. A short leg, moved quickly with great reactions and took a brilliant catch off short leg. And I think that was even better at third slip. Low to his left. It went quickly to him. He's very close there at third slip. The fielders have come in a bit closer, a tad bit closer. It hasn't carried much. Saw 2 outside edges of Lutus Pamela just before that lunch break. That didn't carry. And he's taken a brilliant grab, has Josh Richards. Oh, in the middle of a really good spell now is Vian Moulder, looking for his 10th of the game. cementing himself on top of this game. He was already confirmed as man of the match for me prior to, after scoring that 100, I was saying, okay, 100% man of the match. But now he just wants to make himself the great of the match.
Yeah, it would take a hell of a performance by someone to take the man of the match award away from Moulder. But Josh Richards, the one batter to miss out in the Lions innings, but like all good cricketers, he's made sure he's contributed really well in the field with, as you say, 2 excellent catches.
Yeah, Tuskers got their hands full now. Bjorn Fontaine he's also got a bit of rhythm at the end of that session, that second session. Picked up a wicket and found his areas. He'll continue to apply the pressure. He's got a short leg in place, forward short leg as well. 2 men under the helmet. That puts a lot of pressure for the new batter in Kagiso Rapolani. 2 new batters at crease. And Ntando Zuma as well. Oh, again. Just the inside half of the bat, tickled around the corner by Kagiso Rapolani. Ntando Zuma will be facing his first delivery, or rather second, but first of spin. Won't be an easy session this for the Tuskers. Had 3 quick wickets have fallen now. Does not look like a good sign for them. Were dismissing quick fashion in the first innings.
Oh, one needs to be really careful about going onto the back foot to Bjorn Fontaine with his arm ball. He's got a lethal one, and Ntando Zuma just got the bat down in time.
Yeah, I think, Ken, in this position, Tuskers their backs are certainly behind the wall, have been for the longest period in this game. But for this pair of Kagiso Rapolani and Ntando Zuma, they have to remain positive. They can't be bogged down and stay in their box. That's very dangerous play. Slides down leg, beats everything, beats the keeper, and goes all the way along to the boundary for 4. Seems to be 4 by a signal by umpire Bongani Jele.
I agree with your comment about not getting stuck. Important that they do try and keep the scoreboard ticking over. I don't think the Tuskers are behind the wall, though. I think the wall has fallen on top of them, Cumber, such as their powerless position.
That's harsh, kid. It's really harsh. I thought you're a nice guy sometimes, and for you to say that, it's absolutely right. Have to agree. Sure, on the Lions side, they'll be thinking to themselves they've got a big opportunity on creating even more inroads in this session, knowing that there's a lot of lacking confidence in this Tuskers batting. There'll be a lot of doubt in that dugout. Some of the batsmen won't even want to be out there at the moment. They'll want those 2 to hang around as long as possible. That brings us to the end of the 18th over. It is 65 for 3 now after 18.
Yep, you think of someone like Ntando Zuma, the wicketkeeper, who had to keep wicket for 107 overs and a bit. Just had 1 session's rest up in the change room, and now he's got to get out there and do a job with the bat. It is hard. But again, I think we spoke about it yesterday. Wickets falling in clumps at the Wanderers. It's known for it. And 3 wickets in the space of 3 overs and 4 balls.
I have to get past this spell first of Moulder. Man that can come in for plenty of overs. Usually very fit is Moulder. So not anytime soon he'll be coming off. Just had a break now at T. So he might have an extended spell. And to get past a confident man like him, he was picked up 2 wickets already in this session. In the previous over, it will be extremely difficult to get rid of him or get past him. Nice delivery again by Van Moulder, and very well left by Rupulani, who did that very well in that first innings. He looked good for his short cameo of 10 runs, but was unfortunately dismissed. Has to stay in the same mind frame and be positive. It's not out of the game. Can't be looking at the scoreboard here. Something what lacked for the Tuskers, though, was partnerships in that first innings. They were completely nowhere. And what they need now, that is right now. Pulls it over the mid-wicket region. And quite comfortably did Kagiso Rupulani. And earns a boundary for his positive and aggressive action. That's what you need to do when the ball is there to hit. Take it on. Can't be bullied. And can't sit back, just allow things to happen.
Short man, Rapulana, generally short batters are good against the short ball. And he showed he's no different there, John T. Rapulana. Quickly onto that. Nicely put away.
Outside edge after scoring the boundary. Van Moulder back in action. Smashes the air with the fist pump. A third wicket for Van Moulder. Who can stop this man? That is 10 now in the game for Van Moulder. What a bowling performance. Let alone the game performance. The bowling in itself has really been a standout.
First time he's taken 10 wickets in a match, Van Moulder. What a magnificent all-round performance. He's really making history here at the Wanderers. 10 wickets in the match already. He got 100 with the bat. This ball just takes off a little bit. You see, it's back of a length. Rapulana can't get forward to that at all. And then with the steep bounce and a bit of away movement as well, just battling to cover it, and it looped to third slip. Van Moulder, 3 wickets in the space of, 8 balls or so.
He's set for another fifer. The way he's going about things right now, this game could be over by the end of the day. But harsh to say, but after that top 4 was dismissed of the Tuskers, they just crumbled. Another catch by Joshua Richards at third slip. He is gobbling them up now in this game. 3 in a row of the bowling of Van Moulder and Bjorn Fontaine. Just before that tea break, Van Moulder didn't look like he was in rhythm. But he's come out here. I don't know what he had in his tea, but he's on to something. They gave him that same injection that he had in that morning, the first morning. Oh, what a delivery to follow up with. Tight on the body. He's hitting the straps again as Van Moulder. Have a look at that. Man in serious form. In really good rhythm at the moment. Over that off stump. Yes, there was a lot of bounce on it, but a really good line to be attacking. Sean Gilson will have his work cut out here. Tickles it around the corner, does Sean Gilson for his first runs. Spoke about partnerships that are needed. And after a brilliant boundary scored by Rupulani, and he pushed it one, prodded it one, and got the outside edge. And yet another wicket falls in quick succession. 3 in this session now. And if you add the one in the previous session, they were very close to each other, barely 10 overs apart.
Well, just over 5 overs apart. First wicket fell first ball of the 14th over. And that's the end of the 19th over now. So, again, things can change so quickly in this wonderful game. Lions were perhaps getting a little bit frustrated at their lack of success with the ball, but you just have to stay patient, and eventually good bowling will bring its reward.
I think, can we go back to our conversation in the morning that we had about that importance of a new ball for the Tuskers? You see the difference here in the accuracy with the new ball from the Lions. Certainly don't think they can argue that they haven't bowled better. They haven't utilized that new ball. They had a fresher deck in the morning to bowl with. Only 10 overs in the morning, they had a new ball in their hand and couldn't capitalize. And you can see there's still a lot of life on this pitch.
No question, Cumber. The pitches looked a bit dead when the Tuskers have bowled, and suddenly springs to life when the Lions are bowling on it late on the second afternoon. It's probably going to be at its best in terms of batting now, but the Lions are still managing to find a way.
And I would have thought, especially with the Lions losing Luthos Sepamla just before that tea break, it would have been maybe a bit of extra confidence for the Tuskers, saying that they one bowler down. Would have made them feel more confident that they've got lesser seamer to face. But Moulder, he's 2-in-1 at the moment. He covers for Luthos Sepamla and anyone else that can't bowl. Just been so brilliant. And it's just been the accuracy that he's bowled with, let alone the movement. He's just put in the right areas and asked the right questions of the batters. Exactly what the Tuskers needed to do with the new ball when they had it this morning, but couldn't replicate that.
It does look now that the DP World Lions are almost certainly going to be playing in next week's final. Just the venue uncertain. So Luthos Sepamla's injury will be a bit of a concern. They'll be really hoping that he can recover from whatever's ailing him, recover quickly. He's been a man for the big occasion, has Luthos Sepamla, for the Lions. He's bowled really well in finals for them. And if the final is back down in Gqeberha at St. George's Park, well, we saw how well he bowled at St. George's Park last week, getting a fifer, pitch that's well suited to him.
Yeah, it will certainly be a big miss if he can't be playing in that game. It will be a very big loss for them, especially with a man that is in good form, and in particular in that field at St. George's Park. They'll want him to be fit, and I'm sure they wouldn't take a risk and put him back in now. Even if he does recover, they'll say, okay, already I think we've bagged this game, boys. Let's make him sit out and rest up and recover as best as he can. Oh, my word. What a delivery from Moulder.
He's almost got it on a string at the moment, Moulder. And the batsmen are groping in the dark, it seems. Lovely away shape again, and a lovely length. You could see Thanda Zuma coming forward again, but nowhere near covering the movement, nowhere near the pitch of the ball.
Oh, indecision in the middle, opportunity for a run out. Oh. Usually when teams are in trouble, those type of mistakes are made.
Yeah, it's amazing how many times you do see it. In a batting collapse is always like a run out there, and Jonty Rapelane is very quick between the wickets, but he needs to be mindful of whoever his batting partner is. I remember in the early days of his namesake's career, Jonty Rhodes. Jonty was incredibly quick between the wickets, Jonty Rhodes, but was involved in a lot of run-outs because his partner couldn't, it might have been a quick single for Jonty, but certainly not for his partner.
Nice back foot punch by Sean Gilson. First positive stroke for him. Oh, really good stroke. That will give him a bit of confidence, especially facing a man like Moulder with his toe up. Was up to the task for that delivery. And brings a change to angle for Moulder. That picked him up that first wicket of Norfolk. Or Compton, if I'm correct.
Gilson manufacturing a very good shot there with a little bit of width available to him. So Moulder's decided, okay, let's cramp you up a bit from around the wicket.
Straight into business as Moulder changes the angle straight onto the stumps. He's been such a handful in this game. Is Moulder. 3 of 19 now. After just 7 overs.
Match figures of 10 for 25. Sounds like something out of the cricket in the 1890s.
It's like schoolboy cricket figures. Absolutely dominating. It's just a class above everybody at the moment is Moulder. No disrespect to the bowlers in action here, but he's really been on a different level, in a different class. Credit to the hard work he's put into his game. And for him to staying fit as well. Really been impressive has been Moulder.
So, Bjorn Fortuin to bowl again from the golf course end. He's got a very short cover in place. Practically standing on the pitch and right in front of the batter, and a short leg and a slip. He wants to make more alterations, does he? No.
I really feel for a guy like Namabita in this position.
I'm sure he'll get a bowl soon. Cumver.
Well, you have Bjorn Fontaine also bowling really well. He's only on his 6th over, and he's also got it on a string. And how do you take out Moulder out of the attack?
Oh, goodness. My initial impression was a bump ball, but maybe it came off the boot or something. There was a bit of excitement, wasn't there?
From Joshua Richards' standards, that's a missed opportunity.
No, there'd have to be a bump ball, surely. But look, Moulder's vaguely human, even though he's performing like a superhuman. He will get tired eventually. He's bowled 7 overs, but had a break for tea.
I wonder how far in terms of wicket column by the time he gets tired. Because you did mention he's got it on the string. And if he continues to pick up more wickets, it'll be hard to get that cherry out of his hand. He'll keep on saying one more skip, one more skip.
Well, he famously declared on 367 not out in a test match. So I don't think he's that greedy. He might go, okay, I've got 12 wickets. Let's give the leggy a go.
A decision that still baffles me and many around the world.
It's also Moulder's end is the right end for the leggy to bowl to the right-hander with a very long leg side boundary.
We'll have a change in commentary in Bali and Homba.
And a good afternoon to you. Once again, if you've just joined us, we are at the DP World Wanderers. A great shot. Very unusual for Vian Moulder to bowl a loosener. And a good afternoon to my colleague, Homba.
Good afternoon. It's been a lovely day of cricket.
It has been a lovely day of cricket indeed. Vian Moulder doing everything right. Living up to an all-rounder's name.
He certainly has in that regard. He's been bowling absolutely brilliantly. Nice and clean from Moulder.
Very beautiful delivery. I just like how he's just calm, collected, just basking in the glory, having scored 100 earlier, taken 6 wickets yesterday, and now he's leading this afternoon's wicket-taking proceedings, taking 3 of the 4 that have fallen so far.
And they have fallen in succession, definitely.
That's why he still has the cherry on his hand. Skipper probably wants to keep him for a while and try and see if he can get more breakthroughs. He hasn't put a foot wrong in this entire game. From the bowling to the batting and back to the bowling again. He carries the hopes and carries the team. Quite a vacant offside field. You've got a couple of players in the slip cordon area. You've got a first, second, and third slip. And then you've got a far wider fifth slip. And then you've got a gully. You've got a sort of cover. And then you've got the entire offside that is vacant. Now you've got 2 fielders that are currently on the fence on the leg side for the short ball if the batsman has a hoof at it.
In the gap and gone for 4.
Yeah, unfortunately, the man on the leg side is not able to quickly haul it in. Looks like a substitute fielder, Richard Siletsane, probably enjoying this game from the stands, and his contribution is bringing the drinks onto the field.
With a game that's shaping up like this, I myself would also enjoy the game. What a cracker. Good sound. Straight to the fielder. I'm sure you'll feel that one.
Yeah, with that being said, it is the end of the 23rd over. It's 83 for 4. Beautiful over from Vian Moulder. Still a deficit of 412 runs. It's still a long way to go. And you're already almost halfway through the innings or halfway through the opposition side's order, that is batting order. So looks like this game, if it does end today, if it doesn't end today, most definitely tomorrow.
Oh, without a doubt. 412 runs is definitely a massive mountain to climb.
one can't help it, but it's as if they were dejected even prior to lunch. With the batting and the runs that were already on the scoreboard, and the Lions have just kept on the pressure. And obviously, the Lions are keeping tabs on what's happening throughout the rest of the country. Looking at the Belland and Dragons score, Dragons scored 434 and Bolanda currently 33 without loss.
Oh, gone through and running straight for 4.
Yeah, beautiful runs. Just going past the leg slip. It's such an attacking field, attack-minded field. You've got about 6 or 7 men around the bat that are just trying to put pressure on Zuma there.
I think it's only about time before we see some cracks from the batter.
Talking about cracks, Zuma just playing with precaution, watching the ball carefully right under his eye and just making sure that he drops it dead. Definitely an easy one there. A change in the bowling action. Bjorn Fortuin now coming left arm over. We're used to him coming around most of the time. Coming over to the left-hand batsman. That is Sean Gilson, who's now on 13 runs.
Sent directly back to the bowler.
And immediately on the mark. Doesn't really miss the mark. He's been around this Bjorn Fortuin. Very handy with the ball and the bat.
It's as if it's a copy and paste delivery.
Yeah, but this time a bit quicker on the air. Bit of an arm ball. Gilson was able to spot it as soon as it left his arm. Still about an hour and 30 minutes of cricket. Still have plenty of overs left in the day. To be precise, there's about 32 overs that need to be bowled unless something of a miracle happens.
A miracle indeed. What do you think that the conversation was between Zuma and Gilson in the middle?
Look, at this point in time, it doesn't matter what the conversation is, but as a batsman, you're probably saying, buddy, let's survive the next 2 overs. From 2 overs, it moves up to 5 overs. You just break it down. Let's try and get to 90. Let's try and get to 100. That is the most important thing. What's a respectable total if we can survive till the end of the day? But the most important thing is you need to survive the following ball.
Ball by ball it is indeed.
Yeah. New bowler coming in, Ngaba Peter. Very good start. Live wire. A very good leg spinner. Hoping to break this partnership that's starting to grow with 19 runs. Definitely not going to break it with such balls. Hit to the boundary. 4 more runs to Zuma.
Absolutely solid there from Zuma. Knew exactly what to do with a ball like that. Punished, gone for 4.
You got to punish balls like that. It's very rare that you'll find looseners or loose balls being bowled, especially with the tempo of the game so far they've gotten little to hit.
Zuma definitely finding the gaps, pushing it.
On the mark. That is for Peter. As a leggy bowling to a left-hand batsman, hoping to make use of those indentations that are created by the bowler's runner-up, especially very well stopped there. Certainly saved a boundary for the team.
Without a doubt, because that was hit with a lot of power from Zuma.
Mitch van Buren, another sub in. One-day captain for the Lions. Star-studded side, this Lions side. Another sub does the tiding. Richard Siletsane, who's currently on the field, sporting a jersey number 18. End of the over, 93 for 4 after 25. Zuma Gilson slowly but surely building this partnership. And so far, nothing coming from extras. It's off the bat. That is Zumba.
Definitely tight bowling here from the Lions, and definitely a partnership growing between Zuma and Gilson. And you know what? At this point, it's good to have the batters in the middle getting their time in.
So 2 spinners operating from each end. This side, you've got from the golf course end, you've got Bjorn Fortuin. And on the Colette Drive, and you've got Ngaba Peters, who just finished his over. So also trying to bowl as many overs as they can to try and catch up before the end of the day. Well, there's still plenty of cricket left for today.
Definitely so, especially when you see that there's 2 spinners on each end, trying to bowl as many overs as possible.
So you've got all the fielders in the inner ring. Nothing, just trying to tempt Zuma to just try and dance down the pitch and try hit one over. And that's a beautiful shot from Zuma. Just straying on the legs. And Zuma goes down in one knee and dispatches it to the boundary. 4 for the 4 runs.
And it was indeed a tight over until that delivery, which sent it for 4.
Definitely edging closer to that 100 mark. 3 more runs and
the bowling from Fortuin still on the money. Toe to toe it has been.
Fortuin, seasoned campaigner, very good bowler, always very reliable. Captain goes to him. End of another Fortuin over. 26 overs gone. 97 for 4. And you can't help but get a feeling that slowly but surely the Tuskers are getting a bit of their confidence, although it's still a mammoth task of a deficit of 398 runs, but runs on the board definitely help.
Without a doubt, every single run counts. And at the moment, it is 97 for 4. And I think they're chipping away at this impossible task.
It's the only thing that they can do. Try and get as closer to the deficit as you can. Looks impossible up until it's done. Bowled much quicker. Got to him much quicker and was able to fend it off. Ngaba Peter.
An appeal, and yet again denied. Ngaba Peter really showing off what he can do with the ball.
Yeah, just a half-hearted appeal. Only the bowler seemed to be interested. And then the rest of his teammates, a half-hearted one, weren't too convincing.
Zuma needs to keep his shape. And he does, indeed.
It's also going to be interesting to see how long these two spinners will operate from either ends. What is the captain thinking? Dom Hendricks having a chat with Ngaba Peter to say, how many more do you want? Or what would the conversation be?
Definitely a conversation along the lines of as many as possible to make sure that they bowl as many overs as possible.
Yeah, Ngaba Peter's also bowling it a bit quicker through the air and flatter, hoping it can draw the batsman into making a silly mistake, and that's where they'll capitalize. But so far, Zuma's able to fend off the ball, able to play the ball.
The Tuskers have really seemed to slow down the fall of wickets, looking a lot more stronger than before.
Well, you need to just also apply yourself. You can't just have that mentality, let's just go and hit the ball. This game is over. You never know. Maybe the next batsman to break a record will come off this game, bat for a day and a half, bat for 2 days. Or they are able to manage to reduce the deficit and actually put something decent on the score or on the scoreboard.
It would definitely make for a very interesting afternoon. We're on the 27th over. It's 98 for 4.
Yeah, I had a wild go at it and managed to get an edge. It's 4 valuable runs, and that's 100 for the Tuskers. Takes it to 102, achieved in 27.1 overs, 116 minutes, 163 balls faced, a total of 17 fours for the Tuskers.
Definitely 102 that they didn't have in the first innings. They're playing a different game now. At this point, it's all about putting up a defendable score.
And also, I like that the Lions are not in a rush to just try and topple them over. They're waiting for their mistake, but they're just playing that patient game, patient cricket game. They know they still have 2 days left in this contest. They can always come back tomorrow morning. Josh Richards there, just interested.
An interesting thing about the Lions is that they are really good at preserving their energies, like you've said before.
Another 4, a reverse sweep or reverse slog shot, a shot that we've become familiar in all formats of the game. Well played there by Sean Gilson. Also forcing the field to go quiet. Talking about energies. These two's partnership is now slowly but surely building momentum. Now on 37.
And that's 2 fours for Fontaine's first over.
End of the over, 28 over, 106 for 4. Bjorn Fontaine having bowled his 10th over and having gone for 24 runs, just taking 1 wicket. So far, Vian Moulder also having bowled 8 overs, going for 27 runs. He is the other person that has taken the wickets. Continue with Ngaba Peter, who will be bowling his 3rd over. So far, very interesting over. We've had an appeal in the previous over. Now, just looking at how he starts his bowling run up, it's as if it's a hop, skip, and jump, and then he proceeds.
I see what you're talking about. Definitely getting himself into a rhythm.
Quite interesting. I'm thinking, how did he manage to get into that? So there's the walk, hop. So you get everything there in one ball. You get a hop, skip, and a jump. Must be fun.
Not forgetting the brilliant delivery.
Definitely a beautiful delivery. Manages just to push it into the offside. Not sure if he hit Josh Richards.
And a very tidy over from Ngaba.
Very tidy indeed. Just conceding 1 run with just 1 ball left.
And neatly wrapped that over was.
End of it, a very tidy over, 29 over to be precise. And they will take drinks at this point in time. So far, well bowled to the Lions. Just a quick wrap up of what happened yesterday. The Moothee Ram Tuskers were bowled for 63 runs. Today, the Lions managed to, build a total of 558 for 5 wickets. And then currently the Moothee Rams are batting. It's their second innings. They are on 107 for 4. With that being said, we'll be back after the drinks break.
Welcome back to DP World Wanderers Stadium. A little bit of a rally for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. 107 for 4. Things did not go according to plan for them straight after the tea break when they lost 2 wickets in the second over after tea, courtesy of Moulder, and another one in his next over as well. But since then, Thando Zuma and Sean Gilson have added 38, and it has prompted the return of Cody Youssef, the new ball bowler, to come on for the Lions. Alongside me, Bali Hlope. Bali, good to see a bit of resistance from the Tuskers.
Yep, the Tuskers needed to, just apply themselves a good bit of resistance, like you said. And obviously, Cody Youssef now will be bowling from the golf course end. Usually, I've seen him many a times operating from that end. But today, when he started bowling, when he opened the bowling, he was bowling from the Colette Drive. And just goes to show that he's very comfortable in any end. And looking at his at the overs bowled by him, went for 19 runs. There was 1 maiden. So he's very, very handy.
He is indeed, and a tidy start for him there.
Yeah, has it much easier. I think bowling to a number 5 and a number 7, a number 5 and a number 6 is a bit easier compared to, bowling for an opening batsman. Although it's still just after drinks break, you just need 5-10 minutes to get your head right again into the game.
Cody Youssef has a good record at the Wanderers. It's his 11th match here, 11th 4-day match. 30 wickets in his 10 previous games. Average of 31, but 3 wickets a match is pretty good.
Pretty decent average there for a bowler, picking up the number of wickets here.
Well, he was playing so far away from his body there in Thando Zuma, just hanging the bat out to dry there, and very nearly cost him his wicket.
Yeah, it's very important that you play closer to your body, right under the eye too.
No ball. Umpire Jelly signalled, so wouldn't have mattered if he had dragged it back onto his stumps.
First no ball of the day that we're having. I've seen wides earlier.
Yeah, of the match, I think. I don't think we've had a no ball yet. Nope.
Yeah, Cody Yusuf just stretching, trying to get more pace.
Nicely clipped through mid-wicket by Gilson. The Wanderers has a bit of a slope to it, and I would say that running in from the golf course in is slightly more downhill than bowling from the call it drive in, so easier to overstep.
Just on the mark there, Cody Yusuf. Not trying to do too many things, just getting the ball in the right area is very important. We saw him bowl a couple of quick bounces or short deliveries that just unsettled the batsman, but was just unlucky not to pick up a wicket. But also, we spoke about the opening pair putting on the pressure and making it very difficult for the batsman, and then it becomes easier for the bowlers that follow.
Square leg has gone on to the boundary. Will we see a short ball? Yes, we do, but it's too high. And that ends the over. 30 overs gone, 109 for 4. The Tuskers still trail by 386 runs.
Lots of cricket still left in the day. About 26 overs. Partnership slowly but surely building up nicely. It's now on 40 with these two. At some point, Tuskers looked in a spot of bother at 70 for 4. And these two are slowly but surely steadying the ship. And the Lions will want to break the stubborn partnership as soon as possible.
No, but Peter continues, has bowled with good control in his 3 previous overs to 6 runs conceded.
Don't know if you paid attention to his bowling run-up where he has a hop, skip and jump, then he proceeds to bowl.
Yeah, important to get some momentum into the run-up. There he goes. It seems to be working pretty smoothly at the moment. He's landing them well, bowling with very good control. By Peter.
Well, I just think with that bowling action, when he approaches the crease, it takes lots of practice to get that right. I think because we usually used to bowlers just running in straight. With him, it's a stop, start, then proceed.
It's a very individual thing, run-ups. Bowlers just basically need to do what feels natural for them, what helps them get to the crease with momentum and bowl accurately. good to see there are a couple of catches for the leg spinner at backward short leg and a slip, but also protection on the boundary at mid wicket and backward square leg. There's a sweep, and it goes straight to that man at backward square leg.
Yeah, it's quite also, must give credit to the fielder, especially when you're fielding under the shade. The ball isn't easy to pick up because 1 minute it's in the sun, next thing it changes, it's in the shade. You can't see that easily.
Silly point now for the right-hander, still a slip. Oh, surely they could have had one there. Goodness.
Definitely, but just being sent back, Zuma not in the mood, should I say Sean Gilson not in the mood to run. Score keeps going up, 112 for 4. 31st over. Cody Yusuf continues from the golf course end, and he'll want to run through his over and try and knock a couple over this evening. It would be nice for them probably to finish. If they can get a wicket or two, it becomes much easier for them to wrap up everything in the morning tomorrow.
Right in the block hole from Yusuf, but very well played by Sean Gilson. Digs it out straight down the ground. Nicely timed and away for 4.
Yeah, here in the Highveld, if it goes past the fielders, especially here at the DP World Wanderers, the carpet grass that we have in this beautiful World Cup stadium, one of the stadiums that will be part of the 2027 Cricket World Cup. As you can see, everything is building up nicely as they're preparing for next year's World Cup. I'm excited about that too.
Oh, beautifully bowled by Cody Yusuf. Squared up Sean Gilson. And the edge somehow dropped short of first slip.
Beautiful delivery there. Wasn't expecting that. Turned him square. Looked to be playing on the leg side for the ball to just come back and end up dropping just before the first slip there.
Zubair Hamza at first slip took a couple of good catches in the first innings in the cordon.
Once again, seems to turn the batsman square. Not sure whether to play the ball leg side, but ends up playing it on the offside. So, very good 2 balls bowled by Cody Yusuf. Started off with a bad one, which was dispatched to the boundary, and is just redeeming himself.
Cody Yusuf has just signalled to the man at mid-wicket to drop back to a deep square leg. Delano Potgieter. No, sorry, it's Mitchell van Buren. One of the substitute fielders. Beaten outside or stump again. Gilson a bit loose on the drive. There was kind of moving still when he was trying to play the stroke.
I just think at the back of his mind was expecting a very short delivery, and it was just a decoy. I actually thought about it. I actually thought he was going to bowl one on the block hole. And yeah, so as a batsman, he was caught on 2 minds, not knowing whether to go forward or to actually go back to the ball or even duck.
Yeah, the footwork was very unsure there. And there is the short ball to follow up. And a few words from Cody Yusuf. Sean Gilson seems to be ignoring him. End of the over, 116 for 4.
Yeah, I like how this partnership is steadily growing, close to 50 now between the two. The deficit still large, 379. Ngaba Peters continues from this end, which is the Colette Drive end, where we're sitting comfortably and very high, enjoying the cricket.
Nicely flighted by Peter. Zuma drives nicely, but he'll just get one to the sweeper.
Zuma and Sean Gilson, we must give credit to them as they are slowly but surely building the innings that had crumbled. There isn't much they can do, but they can try and get the team to a respectable total.
Nicely fielded at short leg. Josh Richards, I think, under the helmet there.
Spends most of his time under the helmet, Josh. Clearly is not afraid of the ball or of being hit. Must have had a couple of bruises in the past.
Swept away and in the gap by Sean Gilson. Well played. Gets another boundary, and that's the 50 partnership up between Gilson and Zuma. Of 84 balls and just shy of an hour at the crease. Skipper Gilson's done the bulk of the scoring in that 50 partnership, 31 of the runs.
Yeah, Skipper was the senior partner in this partnership, with Zuma only contributing 19 of those. But they go a very long way.
Again, it's nicely flattered by Ngaba Peter, just a little bit too much on the leg side. It's almost a free hit for the batsman.
It's important that Ngaba Peters does not let loose of the pressure that they currently have on the Tuskers. The Lions just need to run in, bowl deliveries that are accurate, hit the right spots, and just try and make things very hard and difficult. You cannot let the pressure go, especially at this time of the afternoon. But a wicket will turn things around and will put Tuskers in an awkward position once again, because it means your number 7 needs to come in and anything can happen from there.
Cody Yusuf ended the previous over with a bouncer. Starts this one with a bouncer. And again, a few polite or impolite inquiries to Sean Gilson.
The umpire just signaling that's one for the over. Or that's the first one of the over.
I like Cody Yusuf's temperament as a fast bowler. He's got a bit of fire nicest guy off the field, but he's got a bit of fire on the field, which is what you want.
Yeah, just think about it. Imagine being a nice fast bowler.
Well, there have been fast bowlers who their teammates have said have been a bit too nice. The teammates want them to knock their heads off the opposition, and they're not quite as fiery as their teammates would want them to be.
Well, you need to have a bit of sportsmanship.
It's a fine line that you need to tread as a fast bowler. Cody Youssef, it's the end of a hot day. The pitch is pretty good for batting. The ball is into its 34th over. But he's found a reason for motivation. He's found a little spur that he's charging in and bowling quickly to Sean Gilson and putting him under pressure. It's a good battle at the moment, a good contest.
And also the fact that she hasn't taken a wicket serves as motivation.
Jaffa, beautifully bowled. And yeah, he's going to have a little discussion again and perhaps ask Sean Gilson if he wants bells to be put on the ball. That's a beauty. Bounce.
Beautiful delivery, bounce, pace, straightened after it pitched.
Yeah, he's really fired up, Cody Youssef. Great to see. And you see the hands being clapped vigorously by Delano Potgieter.
Cody just showing that he still has energy at this time of the day. It may have been hot out there, but he has the energy to run in and still bowl at full steam ahead.
He's very fit, is Cody Youssef. But he's bowling with excellent control as well, really putting on the pressure on the batsman. And Sean Gilson is handling it with aplomb. That was a very intriguing over, 122 for 4.
Just thinking about it, if one is an athlete, you need to have your mind okay mentally. You need to have the skill. You need to be fit. And that's why some of us are sitting here on the commentary booth. Would rather talk about the game than play the game.
I trust my co-commentator speaking for himself there. As Ngaba Peter, looks like he's going to be bowling his 6th over. Wicketkeeper slip, silly point in place for Thanda Zuma.
Zuma has looked very comfortable throughout the afternoon. It was 1 or 2 deliveries where I just saw him play and miss, but he looks very comfortable, especially facing the spin bowler, Ngaba Peter.
Too short from Peter, and Zuma got himself into a bit of a tangle. Unfortunately, that was an opportunity to score. Nice looking drive, but it came off the edge to the wide, short third man.
Yeah, unable to pierce through the field for runs.
That's the quicker, flatter one from Ngaba Peter. Well played by Zuma.
And also with the runs not coming quick and fast, it does tend to build a bit of pressure, especially when the scoreboard is not ticking and you aren't getting your singles here and there. You start making mistakes, you start looking for runs, start fiddling.
Beautifully bowled by Peter. That was lovely flight. Zuma again, edging the drive. Didn't quite get to slip though.
Slip definitely saving what could have been a boundary or a couple.
End of the over. The Tuskers are making a much better fist of their second innings. 122 for 4. But the deficit is still 373.
Tuskers redeeming themselves. But I'm also worried about the number of extras that the Lions have given away. A total of 9. Very unusual for the Lions bowling attack to give away so many extras. And still, this partnership now with 53 runs and lots of cricket still left for us for the day.
Four of those extras are 4 bars. Here comes Yusuf again to Gilson, tucked around the corner for 1. So we'll have a bit of a break from the Yusuf versus Gilson battle. Will he be as fired up against Thando Zuma?
I just think it's in him. He wants to break this partnership, which is starting to be irritation to his side, that is the DP World Lions. He wants to do well.
Pulled away nicely by Zuma. It's going to be a 4. Very well played.
Can't wait for the response. So he's bowled a short one that Zuma's able to pick up. Let's wait for the next delivery. Is it going to be in the block hole? Is it going to bowl it much shorter, much quicker?
Well, if nothing else, it's going to fire up Cody Yusuf a bit, I think.
Definitely quicker, that one. Quicker than the previous ball that was bowled. You said it, that it was going to come back, fire up. And you could see in the manner that he just ran in and let the ball go. Ball actually got to the batsman quicker than he thought it would.
Again, the hook shot from Thando Zuma, that was a bit higher, the bounce, but he handled it well and well controlled. Got the ball to ground quickly, didn't try to overhit it.
Thando Zuma seems to be favoring the hook or the pull shot when it comes to Cody Yusuf bowling. So far, he's shown that he's very comfortable.
Backward square leg is being brought in from the boundary. Might be a double bluff. No, Fuller, and just pushed through mid-wicket by Gilson for 1.
This is what the Tuskers need to do. Keep rotating the strike. Try and just make the Lions think hard, toil in the sun. Have to come back tomorrow and try and get the 6 wickets left for them to win.
I think the Lions would have known they would have to work a bit harder this afternoon for the wickets. Probably the best day for batting today. They know from when they batted, and it was pretty decent out there for batting. They'll be hoping that, well, first of all, that there's a bit of early morning life tomorrow, and then that a bit of deterioration starts to take effect on the pitch. End of the over, 129 for 4. Another beautiful afternoon in Johannesburg. Only a few little clouds around.
Yeah, Ken, I think we're going to say our goodbyes for the afternoon already. Me and you. But we still have lots of commentary left coming up with Romba and Kamva.
Clipped away fine by Gilson. Just for 1. It would have been interesting to see Ngaba Peter up against the left-hander for a bit. I haven't really seen him bowl a googly, but he does have a slider, one that goes straight on, which would have a similar effect. Bit of turn there, nicely bowled.
Yeah, talking about having to bowl to the left-hander, you're definitely correct. One would have hoped that he would have used those marks, those indentations around that are being utilized by or created by the right-arm bowler, that is Cody Yusuf or Bjorn Fortuin. Just try and get the ball to hit one of those, and let's see what happens.
Bit short, and Zuma steers it away one-handed. Well, it'll be interesting to see tomorrow morning when we go look at the pitch, just how extensive the footmarks are. The pitch looked pretty pristine this morning still. Nicely bowled, that one. Slip in place for the one that goes straight across the left-hander. Short leg in place for the one that turns back into him and maybe finds an inside edge onto pad.
The matchup we spoke about.
Trying to sweep, probably pitched outside leg stump.
Very decent shot there.
Yeah, pitched outside leg, I'd say. Can't be out. Can't be out LBW at least. Yeah, probing. Ngaba Peter. Another very good over from him. 131 for 4. 37 overs gone. The deficit is still 364. And Mbali and myself are going to make way for Hamba Mazaleni and Kamva Inyakani.
We're just about in the final stages now of this day 2, the third session. Still have the likes of Cody Youssef still steaming in the middle of a really good spell so far is Cody Youssef. Very fired up. Almost every single over he's bowled so far in this last session is kind of walked up to the bat and just reminding them that he's still there.
And he definitely knows how to charge in. There's aggression and intent behind every single ball.
Exactly that, Tom. But that's what you'll see from Cody Youssef at this point. And he generally does this a lot of the time. He's a wholehearted bowler, is he, Cody Youssef? He'll always give you 100%. Quick single taken there by Ndando Zuma. It's a guy that at this time of the day is the guys that you want to give him the ball. He really plays with his heart out and he plays with his heart on his sleeve. Very passionate, energetic as Cody Youssef. And he'll give you over after over with the same energy, same intensity. And even with days like this where he hasn't picked up wickets. Remember a few months ago, it was an SAA series versus New Zealand. And he was part of that SAA side. And it was a very flat pitch up in, I think it was Potchefstroom or at Willamore Park. Oh, brilliant delivery by Cody Youssef. Just beating the outside edge. And as I was saying, in both of those conditions, it was really very flat. But he came in and steamed in. Had no wicket to speak of, but the way he was bowling just really led from the front.
You are definitely correct. It's the type of bowler you would send in at this time. I mean, especially given that the players have been standing in the sun all day. This is the type of energy you definitely need.
Yeah, you definitely needed someone that can give you over and after over, especially this time of the day. It's not easy to bat. Also, concentration levels will not be easy for these two batters out there at the crease.
A young duck from Gilson. Straight for the head.
Had to get out the way there. Does really directed his head. And you see again Cody Youssef in the batter's face, showing some kind words of encouragement, of hopefully you get out the way of another one that's coming your way shortly, brother.
Very kind gesture from Cody Youssef there, don't you think?
Certainly. He's a nice guy. I'm sure you'll be saying some very nice words to him. Just checking if he's okay. Highly doubt that's the case. Back of a length delivery again, aggressive. His natural length is Cody Youssef loves that length. Usually troubles a lot of batters with bowling that length, and very aggressive batter. As he sends his deep square leg further down at deep square leg boundary, more signs of short stuff coming Sean Gleeson's way. Easy message for Gleeson to know that nothing will be full at this point in time or this point of the day. Left side heavy field now, moving his fielder around, moving mid on to the mid wicket, and the cover to mid on.
Another aggressive delivery by Cody Yusuf. Really still taking charge, making sure that the batsman really feels his presence there.
Certainly, very well said there, Amber. That's his intent. He wants to be in your face and he wants to make you feel his presence at all times. And that's how you have to be as a fast bowler. As that brings us to the end of the 38th over. Almost double the amount of overs they had faced in that first innings. The Tuskers, sorry. And they've just looked a different side. Yes, they've lost 3 wickets in quick succession, or 4 wickets in quick succession. Just before lunch, and just after that, the session, the beginning of the session. But this partnership has really shown some serious fight. Biggest partnership of the match so far for the Tuskers. 63-run partnership this has been between this pair, Ntando Zuma and Sean Gleeson, who really applied themselves exactly what the Tuskers need, especially at this time of the day. Brilliant shot through the covers. Opens up his body, does Ntando Zuma, to get a single down to the deep cover. Peter into his 8th over now. I'm sure you'll be really happy to be getting this amount of overs. Hasn't bowled in about a couple of months, and being able to play 2 games in quick succession, to get some time in the field. But shorter there by Peter and tickled around the corner by Sean Gleeson. That should be getting to the boundary quite comfortably at the end. Bit of a loose delivery by Peter. You won't be happy with that as he kicks the ground. Knows he was off the mark there.
Definitely for the Tuskers, they have to take every single opportunity that they get, and this is definitely one of them. Nice flick of the wrist, and off it goes, 4-4.
Yeah, they need to take every single opportunity that comes their way. To the Tuskers. Another single, good rotation of strike there. Partnership that will make the bowling coach of the Tuskers very proud. It's been a tough game for them with bat in hand, losing wickets at really quick succession. They'll need some 100 partnership here to walk away out of this game with some level of confidence. Yes, maybe a victory is far-fetched right now. Oh, brilliant delivery by Ngabapita, flighted. And Ntando Zuma just handed that one into the hands of the forward short leg. He'll be very disappointed. That ends up being a very soft dismissal. Just really just chopped it into the hands of the forward short leg. Let's have a look at that. Yet another catch from Joshua Ritters. His 4th of the day. Taken 2 at the slip of the bowling of Vian Moulder. 1 of Bjorn Fontaine at short leg, and now at forward short leg for Ngabapita for his first wicket. Who's been finding his zones now and getting rewards for bowling really well here late in this afternoon. That's the 5th wicket down now for the Tuskers. After just complementing this partnership of 69 runs, it eventually falls apart. Unfortunately for the Tuskers, they would have loved for this partnership to take them right until the end of the day. About an hour's play left. And unfortunately, Ntando Zuma has to walk off, who played brilliantly for his 27 or just 63 deliveries. Showed some real fight. That will bring a new batter to the crease now. All got
Without a doubt, the loss of the partnership really does sting for the Tuskers. They were coming very strong, building a partnership to take them to the end of the day. But unfortunately, Zuma's now gone, and hopefully there's something we can build here.
Tell you one thing, it won't be easy going for the Tuskers, especially this time of the day. Not an easy time to be batting. You have Ngabapita looking very comfortable now with ball in hand. And it feels like he's got into a nice rhythm. Has Ngabapita late here in the day. He'll be keen to get more scalps. Matthew Ogot. Over that border wicket for Ngabapita. Brilliant over at the end of it. His first of the match. That also brings to the end of the 39th over. It is 138 for 5 now. 5 wickets away from victory are the Lions. They want to get as many as possible here in the last hour. Maybe, hopefully in this last hour, maybe wrap up this game if possible. But I'm sure it won't be easy going. But if they can get 1 or 2 more here, they'll be deep into that tail end of this Tuskers batting lineup. Could potentially wrap it up today.
Again with another aggressive charge by Cody Yusuf. For this time of the day, I hear lots of chatter on the field, keeping the spirits alive by the Lions.
Yeah, rightfully so. I certainly feel like they could wrap this up today if they can get 1 or 2 here. The last thing they want is to end the day with maybe the Tuskers at 8 wickets down, having to come back in the morning to pick up the last 2 wickets. We'll love to wrap up this game in 2 days and hang their feet up. Have the rest of the 2 days as off days and relax and get ready for the final. Cody Yusuf persisting with that back for the end delivery right at the end of the day. Still staying aggressive. Still a lot of noise going around, as you mentioned, Humber. Very important to be loud and confident as a fielding side. They'll know the importance of being in that mind frame at this time of the day. It's been a hot day, hot afternoon. There will be tired legs out there. I can tell you what, the voice boxes will still continue to go. Oh, shorter one. Some more kind words from Cody Yusuf.
Bring it back to the mindset. I think that's exactly what separates good teams from great teams. It's the ability to withstand tough conditions. It's making sure that you have chatter on the field, encouraging your bowlers, making sure that the bowler is sharp on the delivery.
Delivery, that brings us to the end of the 40th over, a maiden over that is for Cody Yusuf. Leaves us to the score on 138 for 5. Edging closer and closer to the end of the day now. About 50 minutes to go till we wrap up another dominant day by the Lions. Peter. He'll want to continue in the fashion he's been going at in his previous over, picking up a wicket. Want to do more of that right now. The new bowler he's bowling at only has faced one delivery. Good delivery by Ngababita. Gripped a bit more, beat the outside edge of Matthew Ogott. Beat Matthew Ogott, all ends up there. Played down the wrong line. Bit shorter. A long hop by Ngababita. Allows Matthew Ogott and gives enough time for Matthew Ogott to rock on the back foot and put that one away for a boundary. His first runs on board and his first boundary.
Like I said, the Tuskers need to take every single opportunity that they're given. And yet again, this is one of them. Nothing is being left here. Every bad ball will be punished.
Two back-to-back boundaries now for Matthew Ogott. Two loose deliveries from Ngababita. He'll be disappointed by that. Had a really good over in the previous over. And yeah, he's bowled now two long hops that Matthew Ogott has climbed onto very quickly. Easy pickings there.
Absolutely unforgiving by Matthew Ogott. It's as if he's been sent here for one mission and one mission alone, is to punish every single bad ball that he sees.
Much better line, much better length by Ngababita. It's the natures of leggies. Leg spinners can bowl you a very dangerous delivery, but equally as much can give you a boundary ball. Oh, at outside edge, he picks it up. There's Ngababita. Unfortunate not to go to the hands of the slip fielder. Drops short and goes all the way along to the boundary. Third boundary in the over. That one a bit more fortuitous for Matthew Ogott, but nevertheless, it is runs on board. Brings up the 150 here for the Tuskers. Late runs, late on day 2.
This is definitely Ngababita's most expensive over, totaling 16 runs this over.
with that end of the 41st over, will bring us to the drinks break. Much needed drinks break for the Tuskers, who've lost a wicket not so long ago. And the Lions will have one final chat here. And on our side in the commentary box, we'll take a break as well, and we'll back with you after the drinks break. Back after the drinks break, back with a good delivery from Cody Yusuf, back where he left off just before that drinks break. Showing a bit of discomfort with his groin. Sorry, it's not Cody Yusuf, it is Delano Bochita, who's only bowling his first delivery of his spell in the second innings, and is already showing discomfort. Maybe a bit of stiffness. Who picked up an early wicket in his first spell yesterday morning. Who basically got the onslaught on the way of the Lions. A really good start here by Delano Bochita.
Definitely so. A good line and a good length. Carrying right off with his partners that had a really good spell before him, and he's just building on that. Which is exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, really carrying off where he's left off as Delano Bochita backing up his opening bowlers like it did yesterday. Backed up Cody Yusuf, picked up a wicket. Very handy with ball in hand and bat in hand. Really good all-rounders do these Lions setup have. They have Vian Moulder as all-rounder. Delano Bochita as well. Very handy with ball in hand. Can do a very tidy job. Not short of all-rounders at all. Also Bjorn Fontaine as well. Can do a very decent job with bat in hand. So it's very strong lineup. This line set up. Back foot punch and picks up that gap. Does Sean Gleeson a really good stroke off the back foot. Time that so well. The Sean Gleeson takes him up to the 40s now. That for saw that one quickly and timed it so well. It's been in a really good touch.
Definitely slightly shorter of a delivery than the line and length that he's typically bowling.
Back to the line that he's been bowling all over. Maybe a bit of a loose one from Delano Bochita that got put away quite nicely. Sean Gleeson has faced 74 deliveries now and scored 43. He's been the lone fighter here for his side. Another stroke down on one knee and times it really well. Gorgeous boundary by Sean Gleeson.
Definitely Sean Gleeson trying for that 50.
With that boundary, takes Sean Gleeson up to 47 now, scoring late boundaries here in the day. I have another Peter for his 10th over.
Gilson really fighting for that 50. He's been one of the batsmen of the Tuckers who's been in the middle the longest. 75 balls faced and 47 runs scored.
Certainly one of the batters that have applied himself the most here, particularly in this game. Shorter one by Nababita. Matthew Ogard trying to cut that one past point but misses it all, ends up. Gets into the gloves of the keeper.
Gilson really trying to build something here and got a bit of a thinking that if he had a few couple partners, there could have been something bigger and better on the scoreboard.
Rocks on the back foot does Matthew Ogart. And hits that one straight on the ground. And he's a guy that can certainly stick around with him. Can do a job with the bat in hand. He's a big man. Can hang around and be a good support. Sean Gilson.
And what an over it is from Ngaba Peter.
Made an over it was from Ngaba Peter. Wraps up his 10th over. He's bowled 10 overs, picked up 1 for 33 so far. He's bowled decently as well as Ngaba Peter. Has been guilty of bowling the shorter one at times, that boundary ball. But outside of those boundary balls he's bowled, he's been very accurate in the way he's gone about his business. Doesn't seem like Dilana Boketa will last too long. Did show a bit of discomfort in his first over.
Without a doubt, and especially with the time of day and the type of injuries bowlers get, especially if it's by the groin, there's no shaking that thing off.
You know all about injuries, don't you?
I try.
Got a buyer here next to me.
Yeah, whenever we get the niggles come in, it's really difficult to shake. The bowlers really exert themselves, especially in this type of format of the game. We'll just have to see in the next over if he can handle the amount of pressure that he puts on his body.
Fontaine back into the attack now. Seems like all these Lions bowlers seem a bit stiff. A lot of them, after bowling their first deliveries, are looking to stretch again. Long day in the field.
These final overs will do that to you. As mentioned, a long day on the field. And the sun, unforgiving here in Johannesburg. But they have to power through.
Certainly have to power through. Just about 35 minutes remaining in the day's play now. Have their chance to recover and have some female ice baths and bananas and some electrolytes into the body. Sure they'll have the right people in place to clips it and tickles around the corner. Does Gilson, but doesn't have enough power and force into that and only gets 2 for it. Takes him up to 49 now. Edging closer and closer to that 49 is Sean Gilson.
The mental fortitude that Sean Gilson has must be commended because he hasn't had many partners to achieve that 49 as he looks for that 50.
Plays all around that one, does Gilson. Doesn't get much bat on it. Seems like wrapped up the pad, most of it. Bjorn Fontaine checking with his keeper where they had gone. Last thing Gilson wants is to be dismissed here. Only a few minutes left of the day's play. And knocks that one straight down the ground. And gets a really well-deserved 50. Sean Gilson with his 3rd half century. He's played really well and fought hard for his side, who struggled in this game. Really good performance from him. A gutsy one in difficult circumstances. and backs that up. His third 50. And will probably want to turn that into his second century. But as for now, a lot of hard work will need to be done, and you'll need some batting partners on the other end, which has got one at the moment in Moothee Ogot. And with that 50, brings us to the end of the 44th over. It is 161 for 5. Ngaba Peter to continue.
They'll take the single there.
Still very important to rotate the strike at this time of the day. Don't want to be sitting on one end for a long period of time and allow a bowler like Ngaba Peter to set you up. You want to keep on changing it to the left-right hand combination. Use that to your advantage. Sure, he'd definitely prefer to bowl to one batter at a time, and rather than the batters rotating the strike. So, got to keep rotating the strike to the Tuskers bowlers. Love to see with the way Ngaba Peter is bowling, to see maybe he does have that slider up his sleeve. And already Moothee Ogot is leaving quite a few because he's predicting the one to turn away. Maybe one that can just slide back in on that googly could find him in trouble.
Definitely a dangerous thing to predict a bowler's ball. You never know what could happen.
That's the end of the 45th over. Another tidy over from Ngaba Peter. Only conceding 2 runs in that over. 163 for 5 now.
Ngaba Peter really showing himself to be a very, very valuable player for the Lions. Incredibly tidy overs, incredibly tidy spell.
Yeah, only in his 4th 4-day game from Ngaba Peter. Hasn't had much first-class cricket in terms of 4-day games, and you want to add more onto that, and you want to be a household name for his side. And yeah, in the 4-day scene, sure he does have aspirations of playing Test cricket for South Africa. He already represented South Africa for the shorter formats, so he'll certainly want to put his hand up in the years to come. Brian Fontaine bowling to the right-handed batters of Moothee Ogot. He'll be turning it away from him. He'll feel he's in the game here right at the end of the day. Huge appeal. Clearly sliding down leg. I'd love to see right at the end of the day, maybe in the last 10-15 minutes of the day, to see likes of like V and Moulder come back into the attack, I think he can still be a big threat here in the day. Just have him a short burst, maybe of 2 to 3 overs.
Another appeal, another deny. Would love to see him as well. Maybe a few wickets as well. 2 to 3 would definitely do something for the end of the day.
I'll be on to find out. I'm feeling very confident now. Turning it away from the bat of Matthew Ogard, and is not finding it easy or reading him quite nicely, especially when he gets it flighted and straight. Put a forward short leg in place now. Playing the mind of Matthew Ogard. Certainly love a few wickets, yes, you're right, from Vian Moulder. If you would get any more today, would take him to that fifer. He's already on 3 on the day. Dances down the wicket. Does Matthew Ogard. But doesn't get any good timing on it. Gets more the inside half for the bat. Brings us to the end of the 46th over. Score remains 163 for 5 for the maiden over from Bjorn Fontaine.
It's looking as if the Lions are going to have to come back tomorrow and finish it all up. The Tuskers still trail by 332 runs. A massive mountain.
Oh, that one to tickle around the corner, but Sean Gilson, not too sure if that one would have carried that leg slip fielder. Looked very close though. Oh, couldn't see that one clearly, but might have just dropped short.
You can definitely tell that it's the end of the day. Players are starting to slow down. Bowlers are starting to slow down. The batsmen are starting to slow down.
Certainly a lot of the shade coming across the ground as well. Just look to your left and look behind there by the leg slip. Already the top part of the pitch is already covered in shade. It's a sign of late in the day. By the time it gets closer and closer to that 6:30 finish, 6 p.m. finish, most of it will be covered in shade. That pitch, this beautiful outfield here, the DP World Wanderers, one of the best in the world. Many would argue maybe Newlands is the best in the world, but for me, I really love this ground.
When it comes to aesthetics, I must give it to Newlands. Absolutely beautiful field. Maybe I don't know so much about the wicket, but as a fan of cricket, to stand in the stadium, oh, what a treat.
Have to argue different. The atmosphere out here at the Wanderers is usually really amazing. Usually have about, in a sold out stadium, usually about 40,000 plus. Very loud and passionate crowd. Especially during the SA20. Almost every single game has been sold out throughout the season. Really good turnouts by the support base here in Johannesburg. They love the cricket out here.
Without a doubt, it is the home of cricket when we're talking about the atmosphere of the stadium and the type of passion that the fans bring through. But the mountain and the ocean, absolutely a treat. But I'll give it to the stadium. It is definitely the home of cricket.
Giving it away that you're from Cape Town, eh? Anyone listening will know that your Cape Town base, backing Cape Town, your Newlands ground so much. But I'll stick to my guns. Actually mentioning earlier to check in if you had been to any SA20 games this season.
All the ones in Newlands except for the final.
What's the point? But I get why. The team was on in the final, is that why?
I may be from Cape Town, but the team I support is the Sunrisers.
Okay, I hear you. Sounds like a lot of the City supporters I know, Manchester City supporters, just following the winning team. Hope that's not the case. Give it to you. You are from the Eastern Cape, so just maybe I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for that.
A good ball from Fontaine. And to be quite honest with you, I am a City supporter.
Explains it. Sunrise yet again winning another tournament. Another SA20. Brilliantly led by Tristan Stubbs. Brilliant leader, the young man. Growing up to be a great leader. Having his World Cup campaign at the moment. Reverse sweep by Sean Gilson. That will certainly earn him a boundary. Takes him up to 56 now. Looking to close out this day with 20 minutes remaining. Sure, both sides will be keen to walk back into the dugout now. Not much being said in that outfield.
It certainly has been a lot quieter than it was early on in the day. You can definitely tell that this is now coming to an end. The shadows are slowly creeping in. The sun is slightly going down. The end of the day is near. Quick question for you. Have you been watching the Women's Pro Series?
Some parts of it, not too much of it. Haven't really had a look at that a lot. I've watched glimpses of it, to be honest. Not many games I've seen or had time to watch. Been watching the last month was Proteas or the SA20, and then now the Proteas. So my mind is really focused on the World Cup right now, and a bit of football as well. But yeah, that's been mainly that. But usually sometimes take some time to have a look at it when I do have the chance.
Well, the Women's Lions doing incredibly well, as well as the Western Province Women's. Absolutely amazing. The chase for the top of the log is definitely between them. And we'll see who's going to take the cup. Got
exactly what I asked for. Vian Moulder for one short burst with about Just about 18 minutes to go now till the final, till the day is done. I think he can really be a big threat here right at the end with Moulder. With figures for 3 for 27 of just 8.1 overs. Certainly pick up 1 or 2 scalps here and cement that victory for the Lions. He'll be a real handful right at the end of the day. And he gets the outside edge, does Moulder, as I say. As my co-commentator here at the back of us, Ken Boy says, golden arm. Picks up his 4th. Exactly what I thought you would do right at the end of the day. Picks up the big wicket of Sean Gilson. And a brilliant take as well by Zubayr Hamza. At first slip. Really good catch that. This is Moulder, his 4th.
Moulder is definitely the terminator of this game. Whenever he grabs the ball, nor the bat, we just know something is about to fall.
Absolutely right. He's been gun for this Lion side. Back of a length delivery. Not really there to hit. Could have really left that. Not much time left in the day's play. Rocks on the back foot does Sean Gilson. Doesn't get any good timing on that or good will on that. Gets the outside edge. And ends up being a brilliant take at the end by Zubayr Hamza. He'll be hunting down for his 5th now. Will be Moulder. Lions edging closer and closer to victory now. 4 wickets to victory. Leading by a mammoth 326 runs. To be a huge defeat for the Tuskers. One they'll look back to and they wouldn't be really happy how they've gone about their business. You can see now Lions have stacked up that slip cordon, putting some reinforcements there. An extra slip. Stacked it up, made 4 slips. Moulder searching for his fifer. Moving fine leg into mid wicket. Moving that mid wicket to cover now. Offside pack field. 3 slips and a close gully in place. Sean Whitehead gets right behind that.
He's definitely someone who's bowling with a plan. Looking for that outside edge.
He'll certainly be hunting for that outside edge. Will be Moulder. Amazing match figures so far. Got 12 wickets already. This game, rather 11 wickets in this game for Moulder. Only conceding 33 runs so far. 11 for 33. What match figures are those? Absolutely brilliant. He's been on top of his game.
Did you see the soccer that was being played there? A little bit of a Bafana call up there.
Really nice skills being shown there at Gully. might be the man Joshua Richards there. The soccer skills has taken 4 brilliant catches today. 2 of course from the bowling of Via Moulder. And the other from the 2 spin twins, Bjorn Fontaine and Ngaba Peter. Showing some brilliant hands today. That's Joshua Richards under the helmet and a slip cordon. So look at the scorecard. The second innings of the Moothee Rams Tuskers came in looking like a different side when they started their first innings. Showed a bit of fight. The 2 opening pair, Malcolm Noloff and Ben Compton, had a 50-run partnership to the pair to start off their innings. As soon as their first wicket was lost, there was a bit of a crumbling act. Some shades of the first innings. Then there was a bit of a fight back from Sean Gilson and Tando Zuma, which eventually was broken. Now the Tuskers find themselves 169 for 6. 10 minutes ago, in this day's play on day 2. A game that will probably certainly finish on day 3.
And something in me really says that that was not the plan. Quite certain that the idea of today's game was to wrap it up today.
I think that might have been the dream, maybe.
Look, they're not far off.
Nice sweep shot by Matthew Ogart, but good covering. Deep square leg by Cody Yusuf, fast bowler who's bowled plenty of overs, still showing a lot of energy in the outfield. Man will give you his all right until the end of the day. Some reinforcements to the field, moving Zubair Hamza to that leg slip. That will be the end of the 50th over. 171 for 6 now. Oh, the Tuskers. 9 minutes remaining in the day's play. And the only thing that will ask for the Tuskers are just to end the day on where they are. To maybe just spend a bit more time tomorrow. Maybe just the first session or anything more than that they would take. For them just to take something to take back home with as the season comes to an end. The 4-day series season comes to an end.
Definitely a massive effort in comparison to their first innings, the Tuskers.
Yeah, certainly a massive effort. Double the overs they'd faced. Just over double. Faced 23 overs in that first innings. Bowled out. 63 all out. I certainly wouldn't have been proud of. But I've come in here really showed a bit of heart. Maybe easier batting conditions, but regardless, they showed heart.
Definitely a lot more grit than the first innings. It's as if I'm quite certain that the conversation in the change rooms certainly changed their perspective on the way that they're going to attack this game.
Moulder pushes out the mid wicket. Just a couple of meters before that boundary. Oh, nice delivery by Moulder. Gets the outside half of the bat. Squares him up. Squares Sean Whitehead up. Who is searching for his fifer, his second fifer in this game. He's already got 11 wickets in the game. Does Moulder will want his second here. Probably would say this is probably one of these games of his career, his first class career. 100, well, rather to start off 7 for 6 in the first inning of just 6.5 overs. Then he came into bat, scored 115. Pretty aggressive 115 that was from him. Plenty of sixes. And that was today, ladies and gentlemen. And then he comes in here late in the afternoon, that final session, well, just before tea and after tea, picking up more wickets, adding on to that tally, making it 10, 11 wickets to the game. A brilliant performance from him. He'll be talking big about it in the changing room. I know he might be a humble man, but this performance, he can take all bragging rights for this game. He's led from the front here.
Certainly so. He's showed true strength, absolute character. A little bit of a duck, a little bit of a hello.
Nice showing character indeed, Amba. He's also a wholehearted cricketer, is Moulder. Very passionate about his cricket and about his game. Spends a lot of time on his craft. Bowling and batting. Spoken many times about how he wants to take his batting to a different level. You also hear his bowling coach, Alan Donald, that he's worked with. Also working hard with him, showing that he respects all his aspects of his game. Huge appeal by Bjorn Fontaine right at the end of the day. Doesn't get the decision his way. He's also very handy fielder, is Moulder. Often fields in the slips. Got very safe hands. Shadows now creeping over that pitch. Oh, brilliant shot. Goes down on one knee, does Sean Whitehead, and hits it all the way onto the grass banks. He was sizing him up for a very long time. And gets good bat on it. That's Sean Whitehead. Powerful man he is. Shorter boundary on that leg side.
Without a doubt, definitely taking advantage of that shorter boundary.
After that one, an elegant touch by Sean Whitehead. Down to third man.
And all of a sudden, a pickup in pace right as we come to the close of this innings.
It's 2 minutes ago. 17:58. 2 minutes to the close of play. Certainly this will be the last over. And what better man to close off the day? Beyond Moulder. What a day he's had. 155. And then to wrap up the day, sitting on figures of 4 for 27 with just 10 overs. We'll love to wrap it up with the fifer. Oh, starts with a very aggressive one. Short one. Digs it in. Just passes the helmet of Sean Whitehead.
One minute to go until the end of day. Still thinking about that fiver.
It's got 4 balls left. So we'll just go over time maybe to wrap up this day. Sure, Vian Moulder has got that on the back of his mind. Oh, brilliant delivery. Does not get the outside edge. Delivery was just too good. Hits the right areas, hits the right line and length. Just one of those deliveries. Just too good for the batter. Maybe a better batter would have got an outside edge on that one.
I think he's definitely going to start pulling out all the tricks in his bag. 3 more balls to go. Still searching for that fiver.
Again, beats the outside edge, does Beyond Moulder. Unfortunate. Once again. Toying with the outside edge of Sean Whitehead. Has no idea how to play Vian Moulder at this time of the day.
Sean Whitehead definitely in the danger zone. If he continues like this, Moulder will definitely find that outside edge.
Huge appeal from Vian Moulder. Gets a fifer right at the end of the day. What a day from Vian Moulder. Closes it up with the fifer. He's second of the game. Takes his match figures up to 12 for 33. And to add on to that, 100 from him. 115. What a player this is. Gets all the hugs he deserves from his teammates and big smiles from Vian Moulder. What a way to end the day. Absolutely brilliant. He'll be talking about this one for ages. Let's have a look at that, how he got to that fifer. Just beats the outside edge of Sean Whitehead and wraps the pads and traps him in front. It was absolutely plump. And Bongani Jele gave that one out. And his teammates clap him off, rightfully so. What a day he's had. 115 and 5 for 27 of just 10.5 overs. Vian Moulder, you beauty. A game you would have dreamt about. And that's the close of day now. That wicket brought us to the close of day. As we look back to the day, DP World Lions came in at 259, added on 219 runs to that total, which eventually they declared on 558. The top scorers were Vian Moulder for that game and Dominic Hendricks. Also a brilliant 100 as well from his two other teammates. And then they brought in to bat for the second innings the Moothee Tuskers, who fought hard at the beginning of their second innings, but didn't fight long enough. And eventually they started rolling down and crumbling again like they did in the first innings. They find themselves now at the end of day 2 at 177 for 7. And if you look at those bowling figures, still the standout there was Vian Moulder. 5 wickets of just 27 runs conceded of just 10.5 overs. The economy rate of 2.49. Real brilliant match he's had. And that brings us to the end of day 2. And sure do come here and to view the last day, or should be the last day, I believe, day 3, where the Lions will look to wrap up this game and take victory. Thank you for joining us here on the stream of CSA stream and Pitch Vision. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. For myself, Homba and Ken Boland and Bali, thank you for this brilliant day you've joined us on, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. It's from us. Good night.